Hello, everybody. How you guys doing? Thank you for joining me. It's been a while since I've been on StreamYard, so I'm trying to remember how to share the link. Um, yeah, I wasn't expecting to be on live tonight. I would have brushed up a little bit on what I needed to do. So, what I'm doing right now is that I'm just trying to figure out how to share the link. There we go. Let me see if this is. I just want to make sure everybody gets access to the live. So let me post this link here. See if that links work. So I click on it and it brings me to the live. Okay. Excellent. So now I'm gonna copy and paste this this link everywhere. So everyone who was following my post. Yeah, I thought there was a button earlier that you could just click to immediately show the link, but sorry, my employees are hitting me up. So yeah, so all I'm doing right now is I'm copying and pasting the link so everybody can watch the live. I am live on Facebook now, as well as, let me check Instagram, because I couldn't go live on Twitter because they wanted me to pay for premium, and I'm not paying for I'm not paying for social media. That's a wild concept at the moment. So I'm just posting the link. I had messaged a bunch of people that was at the rally. So I'm just following up with the YouTube link to everyone. So I'll be ready in 2 minutes. Yo, today was insane. I was not expecting today to go out the way it did. It was wild. It was crazy, disappointing. Had a lot of passionate conversations after the incident and all that. And it was just, I was not expecting that at all. But it just reminds me of, the reality of the world that we live in. We have this idea of what we think the world is, and then the world reminds us of the reality. So I just gotta face that reality, straight up. There's no escaping it. So I can be in denial if I want, or I can accept it and then take that data and info and do something positive with it. So yeah, it was just, I am so mad right now. Yeah, I don't even, yeah, I don't even know. I am, I am vexed. Crap. All right, so I think I hit up everybody with the link. I updated my social media post. So I gotta do some testing in the future to see how to get the link early ahead of time. But I don't know if I gotta wait till the live goes on live because I had put it on schedule mode. So I wasn't sure if because it was on schedule that it didn't generate. Everybody can watch the live. Okay. All right, cool. So I updated all that and generate. Everybody can watch the live. Okay. All right, cool. Is that how I sound? Whew. All right, all the admin work gets done. One day I will have a virtual assistant that will be helping me with all my administrative needs. And, we can get the party started. But until then, I am my administrative assistant. So, good evening, everybody. My name, let me see. All right, good evening, everybody. My name is Pierre, founder and CEO of Solomon Firearms Training and Overwatch Security. Today, I'm going to be talking about a grave issue or multiple issues within the 2A community. Today, I went to the Boston gun rally. So for those of you that didn't know or were aware, there was a rally that was described as a peaceful protest rally, August 24th, 10 a.m. Basically, all the gun laws, they're changing. The training requirements, they're restricting things, they're banning things. So the usual stuff that happens in mass. So I caught wind of this event, I'd say probably about a month ago, or maybe less than that, a couple of weeks ago. I seen this flyer pop up. Some of my students shared it, and then it popped up in my groups because I'm in like a million gun groups. I usually don't comment. I'm usually just watching, and people were posting and sharing it and all that stuff. So in the flyer, there was no thing. So originally, I thought it was Goal, right? So I thought Goal was holding another rally, but Goal usually has their letterhead and stuff like that. And when you look at the flyer, there's no mention of any organization, of any person, of any contact information or anything like that. And then I saw threads keep popping up, and people like, "Oh, who's organizing this event? Who's organizing?" And it's like nobody. It's just for the people. It's regular people. Yada yada yada. And then I'm like, okay, cool. It's just for regular Joes. They didn't want any like mainstream people to go through it. So, it was no biggie. I wasn't sure if I was gonna go. I wanted to go, but my work life is crazy. If you watch any of my YouTube channels and videos, you should know that I work 100 hours a week. I own a firearm training company and a security company. So I'm usually teaching, doing private lessons at the range, or doing a detail of that sort. So I'm always busy. So yeah, so I wasn't quite sure. And then up to this week, I had reserved the date on my calendar, and then I'm like, okay, I want to clear it and stuff like that. And nothing crazy came up. So I decided last night, or yesterday, that I was going to go and I was going to speak. I've been to all these rallies since 2016. If you guys don't recognize me, in 2016, when Maura Healey banned all the rifles and stuff, July 20th, I believe the date was. I was there. I had the same blue rifle that I had with me last time I made the news and stuff like that, and yada yada. I've kind of been passive at these events, partially because I own a firearm training company and I'm a Black dude in this in a gun world that I don't believe is designed for us. So I'm kind of careful as to ruffling feathers and, you know, basically I got too much shit to lose. So I don't want to go and be part of something and then now my name gets put on a list and, crazy stuff happens. So I've kind of just been paying money. So I've been going to events. Goal has a lot of rallies, other, you know, what do you call it? Concealed carry fashion show, things like that. So I pay my yearly memberships. I go to these events. So I feel like when I go to the meetings, the annual meetings and things like that, I can voice my opinion and concerns because I'm a paying member and I put my money where my mouth is. So my entire life is dedicated to protecting and growing the Second Amendment. So yeah, but after what had happened a couple weeks ago, followed this ban. I went to Gold's first rally during the summer, and they kept changing the numbers, just because they wanted to make the signs like not valuable anymore and things like that. And then this time, so who really inspired me was Toby Larry. So I don't know if you guys are familiar with Toby. He owns a gun shop down in Cape Cod, and he was willing to risk his FFL. And to me, that was very surprising because I think about things in chess, and I'm like, there's some people that are protest, some people do this. And if you're in the FFL and gun owners thing, you want to stay open and have access available to the 2A members. But Toby was like, yo, I'm not going to comply. I'm not going to do this. It's unconstitutional. This, da, 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 da. And he really inspired me to take a more active role. Not saying that I was active. I'm teaching every day and stuff like that, and I'm certifying thousands of students. So I'm active more than the average person, but that really inspired me to have more skin in the game. So after this whole thing came by, I was running the idea through my head of, hey, maybe I should speak because there are certain things that are not being said, right? Going through a million of these events, right? I kind of know who's going to be there, right? Half the crowd is always the same people. The speeches that's going to be given and things like that. So since going to these rallies since 2016 when Maura Healey been semi-autos, right? I've been monitoring and I've been watching the messaging and things like that. That's when I really started getting like thinking about politics. And what I realized for almost 10 years now is that the same messaging has been given from the 2A side, the same rhetoric, right? And of course, there's a bunch of things that happen within that 10 years, right? Police shootings, black people with guns and stuff like that, yada, yada, yada. And there's all these conversations happening. And I start to realize that, we're living in like two different Americas, as some people would say. So there's gun owners on the 2A side that has a certain belief. And then there's another group of gun owners on the other side of the 2A. As always in most of my life, I always found myself to be intertwined in the middle. I never really fit in one group or another. So I was born in Haiti, for you guys that don't know. So I'm a Haitian immigrant. So when people talk about immigrants this, immigrants that, yada, yada, I just think this should be really specific as to the situation. But I also understand the plight of people coming into the country and try to better their life. So I have a unique lens on that. Then after high school, I joined the military, right? And I got a different lens of what guns are, right? So growing up in Rosendale, Dorchester, right? People were saying guns are bad. Black people shouldn't be with guns, murderers, killers, gangbangers, thugs, thugs, thugs. That was the whole thing. My father is a pastor, very religious and stuff like that. So I always got the message that guns were bad, right? Not until did I join the military right after high school did the narrative of guns the proposition of guns changed to me. Now guns were used to defend yourself, defend your teammates, which now become your family, defend your nation, defend the people that you care about. So the narrative of guns to me was now guns are used for self-defense. So that was a new concept. Then I come back home, I start doing unarmed security, armed security, and then I become a security contractor for Department of Homeland Security. So I get the law enforcement aspect of it. I'm a Boston constable. I've taken a bunch of these classes, yada, yada, yada. So for me, I find myself in a very unique role because I've experienced so many different aspects of the Second Amendment. I've experienced it as a young black kid in an urban neighborhood being told guns are bad. I've experienced it as a military service member telling me to kill bad guys and defend the country. I've done it, in a security guard aspect where we're protecting clients and things like that. I have experienced firearms as an instructor and training counselor, helping people protect themselves in the homes and things like that. So I feel like I'm able to get a well-rounded and fair view because I can understand all the different sides. So I feel that's where I'm a little bit different than the average 2A person, is because I've had all these different experiences and they've helped. I've seen each angle of it, and I feel like it's helped me shape the whole comprehensive view of the Second Amendment. When I started becoming an instructor, that's when I started becoming more involved in the community and stuff like that. And after a while, I realized that I was almost always the only black person in that group. Almost always the black person, the only black person at the club, the only black person at the annual meeting, the only black person at this event and stuff like that. And then I started asking, like, yo, where's my people at? Where are the people that look at me, that look like me? And and that started becoming profound to me. So then I started making a mental note that, hey, every time that I go to an event, nobody in my community is there with me. And I felt lonely. Then you turn on the news and they're like, oh, guns are horrible. Keep them out of the hands of black people. Then you go to the gun club and they're like, guns are good. Go ahead and exercise your Second Amendment. And then, going to school, I majored in criminal justice and sociology. You learn all these historical context and things like that. So I've really been in the middle, and like a lot of different identities are pulling at me. One of the recent things about, do you kneel or stand for the national anthem? As a soldier, I want to I want to stand at attention and salute at the end. As a black person, you want to kneel. Which one do I pick? Right. So I've always had this internal confliction. And then I'm like, how do I compromise? How do I honor my immigrant roots? How do I honor my Black American roots? How do I honor my military roots? Um, so um, so yeah, so I've always been in like this, crazy internal conflict of how do I find compromise? How do I honor all these different things? And still have a sense of dignity and who I am, and without having to sacrifice myself. So fast forward 10 years, I own a gun shop, I have an FFL, I'm deep in the game, I'm politically active, and now I find myself in a position of leadership and I want to create change. So I started writing mission statements online and on my website and stuff like that. And I was literally the only black firearms instructor. I didn't know any other black firearms instructor. So I started teaching people, students. Then I became an NRA training counselor. Then I started certifying black and brown and Spanish people. And every single time it was the same message. Yo, oh my God, thank God I found you. I've been wanting to do this for years. And, I didn't want to go to those places where, they got the Confederate flag up. And I'm like, yeah, I feel you, man. I don't really identify with that. And then I became like a safe haven for a lot of people to learn and then to use firearms. And then I started certifying more Black, brown, Hispanic, Asian instructors. And then now that's no longer the narrative, right? Now there's a bunch of Black instructors in Boston. I trained most of them. I certified most of them. And now people in the community have access to training with people that look like them, right? So I am actively protecting and growing the Second Amendment and giving access to the people that need it the most. So with that said, so little background. So with that said, I wanted to now transition into a leadership role and I wanted to start speaking. I started taking YouTube seriously this year. I've had YouTube for like 8 years, but I didn't really have an understanding of the YouTube game, but now I do. And now I'm promoting this content. So I decided I wanted to speak because there's an aspect of gun ownership that was not being spoken out loud. That concept is being spoken in my classes when it's only Black and brown people. It's spoken in my community when we're having 2A events and stuff like that. but it's not happening in the mainstream conversation. And then when I think about the solution, right, I'm like, okay, these are all these problems. I'm a solution driven person, right? How do I get the outcome that I desire? And the thing that I came up with is we need Black and Hispanic and Asian people and all other browns and shades. They need to be involved in the two-way movement. So with this formulating over years, I worked overnight last night. So this is why I was really mad, right? Because I worked a double yesterday. I worked, you know, 2 shifts. I worked overnight. I got off the overnight, and then I'm heading over to this rally. I'm running over to Home Depot to get a shovel. And I'm putting my clothes on in the car. I'm typing my speech as I'm driving. I'm at the rally and I'm still typing and fleshing out my ideas. So then I think, here's an opportunity to connect with fellow 2A members. I'm trying to be politically correct here. So I was really disappointed and frustrated with the thing that I was approached with. So I wanted to have a hard conversation with the 2A community, right? And the hard conversation, and I started my speech with that. I started with, I wanted to have a hard conversation that I believe that we should have, because this is the solution I believe to the problems that we're having with the 2A. For anyone that has the footage, please share the footage with me. Send me the footage, whether it's Google Drive, tag me into it. As long as I get access to it and on my computer, I can download it, take it, stuff like that. So share the footage with me. So yeah. So last year I went to an event, to an annual meeting, and I said, hey, what are you guys doing to promote the 2A in my community? Because every time I'm having these annual events, I'm going to bumfuck nowhere, and people don't have cars, or people don't want to go out there. They never heard of these towns, yada yada yada. Then they told me, oh, we're gonna talk to you offline. We should connect, yada yada. Nothing really turned out of that. Not a big deal, but that's when I started asking questions, and I said, hey, the way things are going now, especially in Massachusetts, the way things are going right now, we are losing the 2A fight, right? People say, come and take them. I don't say that anymore because they're taking them, right? We say, come and take it as if it's a threat. And when they take them, what did we do? Maura Healey took the assault rifles in 2016. What did we do? This bill just passed and they're taking stuff again. So when we say come and take it, that's an empty threat now. If our founding fathers was here today and they see all the taxation on income, on food, on housing, right? The whole country would be on fire. So we're past the point of come and take it as if we're gonna do something radical or revolutionary, let's say. So in my mind, I want actual concrete solutions that gets the desired outcome that we desire. And this is what my speech was designed to do. My speech was designed for us gun owners to look in the mirror and ask ourselves, why are we getting our ass kicked? Anti-gunners are winning this fight. Anti-gunners are always one step ahead of the game. We're always showing up last minute. We got 24 hours, 48 hours to freaking do something because the law is going to change. Now you're paying 4 times the cost for a firearm when you shouldn't have to, right? We are always on the defense. So what are we going to do as gun owners to be on the offense, to be winning the fight? I don't know about any other state. Some states are winning, but here in Massachusetts, we're losing. And I think in general, we're losing as well. So after putting my clothes on in the car while I was driving, typing up my speech, this is the speech that I came up with. And I titled it 2-Way Hard Conversation. And this is the conversation that I'm going to have with the 2A community. And I'm going to try to be as politically correct as possible, even though a lot of these things make me mad. because of the extra hurdles that I have to deal with as a person in my life. And I have to stop being mad because if I'm not mad, then I can't make progress. I have to work with people that I disagree on most points every single day. Every single day, majority of people that come in my classes, I don't agree with them on anything besides guns. But that doesn't matter because I'm here to educate and train them on firearm safety. I'm not here to push my own political ideals and opinions. So as long as we're safe and we're training with guns, that's all that matters. Just going through the comments here. If you guys want to leave a super chat, you can go ahead and do that. I just activated the super chat option this week. Well, not this week, like 2 weeks ago, I had unlocked that feature. So I don't know if super chats are active. If you want to throw me a super chat, just put like a dollar or $2. Show me some love. Let me know if super chats are working. If you want your money back, you can tell me. But I think super chats are active in the field. So yeah. So going into this rally, I had no idea who was in charge of it. All the conversations that I saw online were saying that it wasn't organized by any organization. It was just regular, everyday gun owners coming together to promote, protect, and grow the Second Amendment. That's what I saw in every thread. The flyer did not have a mention of any name, of any organization, any contact info. So coming to this rally, I thought it was fair game. No info. No info on the flyer. The flyer is the thumbnail for this right here. I posted the flyer on Facebook. A bunch of people sent me the flyer. So I want to start with that context. There was no point of contact. We call that a POC in the military. So I just roll up, I go into the thing and I wait for my turn. I see a guy who's taking notes and calling people out and stuff like that. So I go, cool. Hey, let me throw my name in the hat. He has the phone, he has the list or whatever. He throws my name into the list. And then I wait about an hour as other people are giving their speeches. Those speeches was crazy and wild. As a bystander before I spoke, all those speeches were not talking about, all those speeches had, I'd say about 80% of it had nothing to do with guns. It was talking about putting America first, which we know certain language is usually tied. Well, I would say we know. Some Americans have the perspective that when you use a certain phrase or language, that there's a connotation that goes with that. So put America first has a connotation of being racist. So when people say that, people go, oh, I don't like that to some people. Something like Back the Blue or All Lives Matter or any other political phrase that we know when you say that phrase, it's not the direct message that's being told. It's a variety of crap behind it. Thank you. Okay, gun websites. Thank you for sending me the $20. This is literally my first super chat. So shout out to everybody for that. Gun website says to help cover gas, your message today at the rally were on point. Thank you so much for being there and bringing a real point of view that needs to be addressed. Thank you very much, gun websites. I appreciate that. So super chats are active. If you write it, then I'll put your message up. So thank you for that, gun websites. Appreciate you. But yeah. So prior to me, I would say at least 10 people spoke. 10 people spoke ahead of me. 80% of it had nothing to do with guns. People were running for political offices, which is fine. People were talking about other political candidates. People were talking about the border. People were talking about, all types of random things that wasn't related to 2A. People were talking about Trump. People were talking about MAGA. People are talking about a bunch of different things. So I was hearing all this and I was like, okay, then my speech makes sense. So let me start with my speech. I told the crowd, hey, we have to have a hard conversation. This crowd is, you know, generally when you think of the word patriot and gun owners, you generally think of a white conservative male, right? That's what people who aren't white males, that's what they think of when they hear the term patriot. I ask yourself, when you think of the word patriot, do you, in your mind, when you close your eyes and you think of the word patriot, does the image of a black guy with an afro carrying a gun come to mind? Does the image of a black guy with braids and a suit come to mind? For majority of people, the answer is no. I don't want to get into the weeds of is that right or wrong, but there are certain connotations and views and perspectives that people have. I'm not arguing whether it's right or wrong. I'm just saying that it exists, right? So we're getting into this knowing that there's a pretext, knowing that we're not getting into this rally in a vacuum, right? So it's not like we don't know anything. So there's a lot of pre-connotations. I told people we got to have a hard conversations about accountability, okay? And before we talk about anybody else, we need to look at ourselves, right? Before we talk about our exes, before we talk about our bosses, before we talk about our friends, we have to look at ourselves first. So I told the crowd, look to your left and look to your right. How many black, brown, Hispanic, whatever ethnicity, non-white do you see around here? People looked around. And then I said, look around again. Look at the space that is missing. We are in the heart of Boston, where there are tens and thousands of gun owners that are black, brown, Hispanic, whatever other ethnicity and category, gay, right? You have Pink Pistols, which is another pro 2A group, right? There's all types of different demographics, right? Chop it up by race, gender, whatever, sexual orientation, cool. Why are none of these people here? I've been going to rallies since 2016, and majority of the crowds that show up are young and old white males and females. I'm not saying that's bad. I'm not saying that as a bad thing. But that's majority of the crowd. I've gone to a dozen rallies and it's usually 100 or 200 people. And now that I've got enough of them, I could already tell you who's going to be there. I can name half the crowd because I have a rapport with them. Over this last decade, we have been losing. So I asked myself this question. How come people who live in the city of Boston, where it's accessible by train, accessible by car, accessible by Uber, accessible by bicycle, right? You could ride your bicycle. I made a joke about the bike lanes, right? Why are none of these tens of thousands of gun owners showing up to a rally in their own city? I could understand if it was in Uber. I could understand if it was in Gold's headquarters. I could understand if it was in bumfuck nowhere. But it was here in the heart of Boston. Why are our gun owners not showing up to these rallies? That's a real question. If you want to promote and grow the Second Amendment, why is 80% of the community not showing up? This is a community about accountability. This is a community that talk about, oh, pick yourself up by the bootstraps and go to work and da-da-da-da-da. So where's our accountability? Where's our self-reflection? As a two-way community, do we ever ask ourselves why 80% of the community never show up? Why do 80% of the community vote for politicians that are anti-gun? What could be so bad? What could be so bad that somebody who is pro-gun, who has a license to carry, who has a gun, who loves to defend themselves and believe in the Second Amendment, what could be so bad that they vote for something else? Does the two-way community ever ask themselves that? Do you? If you don't, you should ask yourself, why do my peers don't show up to these rallies? If you are a white male, young, old, white, female, young, old. Ask yourself, why do my counterparts do not show up to these rallies? They paid for the class. They pay for the licensing every 6 years. They go to the range. They go to the shooting range. They're pro two-way. But why is it when it comes time to vote, we're not voting in unison? Why is it when it comes time to do these rallies that it's the same white people that come in all the time? And we're losing. We are losing this two-way fight. We put everything on the back of fucking Goal. Goal is the organization that got like 10 people in it. And we're putting a fucking, what was the number? 30,000 gun owners, whatever the number is. We're putting the entire 2A movement on the backs of 10 people. Why? Why are we doing that? Is that an effective solution? Is that an effective strategy? That only 20% of the people show up to rallies? 20% of the people vote? Not even 20%, 10 people are doing all the legal work? If it wasn't for Goal keeping me up to date with the emails and breaking this shit down in their war room and doing all this shit, I would have no idea what the fuck is going on. I would have no idea. Why? Because I don't understand the political structure. I don't understand the state building, the city hall, and how laws are passed and this and that. I have no idea how it works. And the only way I've started to understand is by being part of Goal and reading the emails, by going to their rallies and hearing them talk. How do you know what the bill number is? How did you know this passed? I have no fucking idea. The bill number, who did this, who filed that, who did that. I have no idea. But Goal informs me. And I say, damn, I appreciate that, brother. Y'all doing some heavy work because I got a lot of work of my own. I can't track that. So I'm not asking everyone to save the world. What I'm asking people is to do your part. And your part is you should ask yourself, am I growing and protecting the Second Amendment, or am I part of the problem? Why don't 80% of gun owners show up to these rallies? That's a question that I want you to answer. You don't have to agree with me. You don't have to share my views, but I want you to answer that fucking question because that's a reality. The reality is majority of gun owners are not showing up. And why? 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 If you disagree with me as to why, give me the answer. Give me the answer why. So we got to look in the mirror. What's the messaging are we giving? Right? As a business owner, as an organization, you are responsible for your messaging. You are responsible for getting customers to come through your door. 2A members is your customer. If you're claiming to be a leader in the 2A community, then that LTC holder is your customer. And your customer is not showing up to these rallies. They're not showing up to your store. They're not buying your shit. So you know what's happening? You're going out of business. When you don't have programs, when you don't have initiatives, when you can't get customers to go into your store, you know what happens? You go out of business. And that's what's happening to the 2A in Massachusetts. We are going out of business. They're banning shit. Fucking bullet by bullet, magazine by magazine, feature by feature, gun by gun, platform by platform. So I don't give a damn about what your personal opinion is. What I care about is solutions. Because your customers ain't coming. And you got to ask yourself why. If you truly care about the Second Amendment and everyone having the ability to protect themselves and their loved ones, you would ask yourself why, and you would take the actions appropriate to getting your customers through your door. Because right now, the LTC members and LTC holders in Boston are not showing up to your business. So therefore, these anti-gun politicians are fucking having a party on a hill because there's nobody to oppose them. So what's the messaging is 2A leadership giving to their member group. We're not talking about people we can't convince. There are people that are anti-gun that we will never convince that guns are good. I'm talking about people in your community, LTC holders. What type of messaging are you giving them? Because the messaging that you're giving is not working. Whatever we have been doing for the last 5, 10, 15, 20 years is not working. So say what you want, whatever belief that you have, but I know this shit ain't working. Because in 2016 to 2024 now, the same percentage of Black, Brown, Hispanic, and every other type of category, demographic you want to put, they're still not showing up. They send a representative. You'll have one member come and represent. Hey, I'm from the Pink Pistol community. Hey, I'm from this community. Hey, I'm from this and that. Why aren't the members showing up? Then some Karen yelled in the crowd, well, they should be here. They should support. Yes, Karen, I agree with you, Karen. They should be here, Karen. Why aren't they? Why aren't they, Karen? Why aren't 80% of the group filling in all this green? Because I see a lot of green. Yes, they should be here. I agree with you, Karen. But why aren't they? You know why? Because you make it hard. You make it hard. There is nothing wrong with white people supporting the two-way. Shit, you guys are the only one doing a lot of the legal work. What I'm saying is it is not enough to win the two-way fight. Old, young, white males and females are not enough numbers to win the 2A fight. You need the rest of the two-way community to step in and do the fucking work. And in order for them to do that, you have to create an environment where people feel like they are valued, where they are loved, where they are appreciated, where they are wanted, where they are seen, and they are heard. And right now, the two-way community is not doing it. You're failing. You're failing in that mission. And that's why 80% of the people don't show up. Well, Pierre, how are we failing in that mission? How are we failing to make the place, what's the word y'all hate? Inclusive. Yeah, I hate that word. Inclusive. I'll tell you how. Because a lot of you guys seem to be confused as to how the space is not safe. Well, we're all pro-gun, Pierre. Why don't everybody come here? Why don't everybody join us in the lawn? I'll tell you why. Because y'all got a bunch of shit that is not 2A related. The 2A movement needs to be a single freaking issue movement. The only thing we need to be talking about is guns. Why are we at a 2A rally and we talking about MAGA? Make America great again. Nobody disagrees with that. Oh, yeah, we should make America great. Again? So at some point, America was great. Well, yeah, Pierre. So then I asked the question, when was America great for everyone? Give me a year. I'm a very direct person. I can articulate myself very well. I can understand and comprehend things very good. Answer this question. When was America great for everyone? What year is that? Tell me a year. Because in 2024, we're still having the first Black president, the first Black governor, the first city council member, the first this is that, the first. In 2024, we're still having the first. So when was America great for everyone? Give me a year. It don't matter. That has nothing to do with the issue. All it does, it distracts people. Now we're arguing about Trump. Now we're going down the weeds as to whatever. Why? We should only be talking about guns. Why are we going down the rabbit hole about Trump? The minute you yell Trump, the minute you yell Kamala, the minute you yell insert any political person, you are turning people off. You just unselected 5,000 gun owners. You just unselected 10,000 gun owners because they're pro this and anti that. We cannot afford to turn people away. So we don't need to be talking about that shit. Why are we talking about immigrants? Why are we talking about China? That's not our lane. Are those things important? Sure, but that's not your lane. That's above your pay grade, respectfully. We need to be talking only about guns. If you are a two-way leader, an organization, a president, a this and that, we need to focus only about firearms. We don't need to go down the rabbit hole of this particular politician because we lose people, we lose numbers. And the most important thing that we lose the opportunity to connect where we agree. That's what happens. We lose the opportunities to connect where we agree. That's the biggest downfall. All these goddamn Mexicans, all this da-da-da-da-da-da-da. You just turned off Hispanic voters. I'm in the gun groups when I see all the pro 2A people making Michelle Obama look like a monkey. How does that protect and grow the Second Amendment? How does that add more people into our cause? How does that make more people show up? Y'all keep trying to preach to me. Y'all keep trying to preach to the choir. Don't talk to me. Talk to the people on the fence. Talk to the people that disagree with you. Those are the people you need to engage and light a fire underneath. Don't tell me guns are bad. Guns are not bad. Guns don't kill people. People kill people. Why are you telling me that? I own a gun store. Why are you telling me that? I train people every day. Why are you preaching to me? You need to converse with people on the fence. You know who the people on the fence are? Independents, liberals, people that lean left, lean right, not quite sure where they're at. These are the people we need to be having conversations with. Why are you telling me that, oh, let's not let them take our guns? Yeah, come and take them. Don't tread on me. They're treading all over us. They're stomping us out. We losing. Literally and figuratively. So don't talk to me and preach to me about the shit I already agree with you on. Let's focus on the work. Where's the people that aren't showing up? What makes them uncomfortable? Why don't we have conversations about that? Why don't you look at, so if you're an organization, a two-way leader, and then you know you have a strong membership in A category, but B, you don't have a lot of memberships, guess where you need to be holding your events? At B, the B area. That's where you need to be at. There's Confederate flags. A lot of Black people see the Confederate flag as racist. You don't have to agree with it. You just have to accept that's a reality. So why don't we just take the conversation out? Just take it out. Don't have it present at a two-way rally. Don't have it present at the range. If you are in a two-way environment, the only thing that should be present and talked about is the Second Amendment. Firearm safety, how to be safe. Don't point the gun at anything you don't intend on shooting. All these basic things. That's what we need to be focused on. Why are we talking about the Confederate flag? It's a rabbit hole that people run down. You run down the rabbit hole and then you get lost. And then you just leave angry. We need to leave all other issues alone. We need to make it a single issue union, a single issue movement. Guns, gun safety, what's the best for the community, how to activate all gun members, how to activate and then grow people. How do we put where are programs lacking? Where are programs strong? What has worked in the past? How can we implement this that worked into a new neighborhood? That's what we need to be discussing. But we never have that conversation. What's a great program? Have we ever talked about that to a community? What's a great program to get young people into the Second Amendment? I've never heard that conversation. You know why? Because we're too busy arguing about all the bullshit that we disagree on. I don't give a damn if you like Trump or Kamala. What I do give a damn about is if you hold your local politician accountable. If you're a Democrat and you're pro-gun, don't vote for somebody who's anti-gun. That's what I care about. How do we get people to hold their local politicians accountable? That's the conversation we should be having. But we don't. We don't have those conversations because those people that we should be having the conversations with don't even show up. So we lose the opportunity to connect. So if we actually want to start creating change in a two-way, if we actually want to start winning, then we need to focus on getting the other 80%. If you don't, then enjoy the results. If you think the way the two-way fight is going is great right now, don't change anything. Prove me wrong. Don't change a damn thing. Enjoy the results. But I know since I've been tracking since 2016, we've been taking L's, especially in this state. Can't talk for any other state. Can't talk for New Hampshire. Things are going great. I had my friends in Rhode Island laughing at me. Ha ha ha. Oh, Massachusetts, y'all got 10 round, magazines. We got unlimited stuff, yada, yada, yada. And then guess what happened this year? Rhode Island has now 10 round magazine restrictions. It's a cancer that spreads. It's a cancer that spread. And these people are throwing, these anti-gunners are throwing shit on the wall and they're hoping anything sticks. And because we're not united, because we don't have a strong, clear message, we're losing. We're always on the back end. We're always trying to fight anti shit that's already passed. When are we going to be ahead of the curve? When are we, as two-way leaders, organization, whoever identifies as a two-way leader in mass, when am I ever going to hear that you launch an initiative? Hey, this is the coalition of two-way leaders in mass. We're proud to present the new program to help youth and all over the place. I never hear things like that. Anti-gunners are well-funded. They're well-organized. They travel. They get bussed around. They fly to places. Are we doing the same thing? Are we gun owners doing the same thing? Is our community doing the best that it can? The answer to that is no. And like I said in the rally today, you don't have to agree with my viewpoint, but you can't escape your reality. The reality is 80% of the two-way members are not showing up, and we're taking L's. Would you like to change that? I would. Would you like to change from us going from defense to offense? Would you like to grow the two-way community? Would you like to see Democratic voters hold the Democratic politicians accountable? Yes, Democrats vote anti-gun. I know that. I'm not stupid. But how are we going to change Democratic politicians' behavior? How are we going to change that behavior? You know how? By getting Democratic voters to hold their local politicians accountable. How do we do that? Let's start by having a space where we could actually have a discussion. Or you can go online on Facebook and just yell, oh, libtards suck, libtards this, oh, stupid commies, da 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 da, keyboard warriors. You could keep doing that, yelling into an echo chamber on all the mass gun pages. Go ahead, yell into the echo chamber. Ah, the same shit we all agree and then we know of. The same shit you're not convincing anybody of doing. You keep yelling the same shit over again. Ah, okay, sir. It's the 10th time we've heard that this week. When are we ever going to talk about launching something? Because all I get emails about is shit that's going wrong. Stop being extreme. Make it easy for people to join the two-way fight. Make it easy. Two sides of the extreme is horrible. Let's meet in the middle where we can compromise. When you take an extreme stance, it forces the other person to take an extreme stance and nothing changes. So make it easy for other gun members to join the two-way fight, to take the action, to do the things that needs to be done. You don't have to agree with me. You can have a different solution. There is multiple solutions. My belief alone is not going to be the solution. There's probably 10, 15, 20 solutions to this one problem. So let's figure those solutions out. Let's figure those solutions out because we haven't. Let's change our messaging. Let's actually hit our target audience. Let's hit our target audience. LTC holders. Can we get them for an event? Only time I hear about events is when Gold holds something. Everybody online talking about shit about Gold. Gold sucks. Gold doesn't do this. Gold doesn't do enough. We give all the money. Well, sir, where's your initiative? Where's your event? Where's your two-way fashion show? Where's your auction? Where's your dinner? Where is your event? I don't be hearing shit from anybody else. So, until we start getting pro-gun Democrats, liberals, whatever you call it, to start holding their politicians accountable, we're going to continue this. One more point before I move on. The two-way community has to understand that the two-way experience is different for everyone. The way a white person views the Second Amendment and their experience is completely different from the way an urban person, a Black person, brown, whatever description you want to use. Our experience with the Second Amendment is different. And you have to honor and respect that. Because if you don't, we're going to lose. We're going to lose each other first, and we're going to lose the battle. All the time, I hear my white friends say, Pierre, I started shooting when my grandpa took me hunting. My grandpa had that shotgun on that glass on the wall. We know not to touch it. He taught us how to clean it and did everything. Oh, my grandpa did this, and that. And I say, wow, that's amazing. I'm happy that your grandpa got to teach you young, because I never physically touched a gun until I was 18 years old in my third day of boot camp. And I got my M16 that was stuck with me for 3 months. That was the first time I got a gun. You know what a lot of Black grandpas were doing? Black grandpas were fighting a racist government for basic human rights. The civil rights movement was happening. People's grandpas were fighting for the right to sit in the front of the bus. People's grandpas was fighting for the right to just drink out of a fountain that doesn't say whites only and niggers only. People's grandpas were fighting for basic human rights. So we didn't have the privilege to take our grandchildren to go hunting. That's what black grandpas were doing, fighting for basic human rights, getting hosed down, going to the Million Man March. That's what other grandpas were doing. So I want you to think about that experience. The two-way experience is different for everyone. And if you want to win this two-way fight, you have to think about everyone's experiences and you have to honor it. Honor that some people's grandpas didn't have the opportunity. I got deployed to Afghanistan. Then I came home and I was able to use my GI Bill, my 9/11 GI Bill, to go to college and go to school for free. I got a degree for free. You know, if I was born 34 years, 40 years prior and did the exact same thing, those same black grandpas who went to war, they were denied their VA benefits, they were denied their home loans, they were denied their access to education, fought the war just like everybody else, died just like everybody else, but they weren't able to buy a house and pass down generational wealth. That's what black grandpas were doing. So sometimes I cry tears of joy and sadness, knowing that some people got to bond with their grandpa. That's the tears of joy that they were able to have that concrete memory. And then I cried tears of sadness, knowing that some grandpas was locked up, some grandpas were beat down. There wasn't police cameras back in the day, so some grandpas was going through it, working 2, 3 jobs to make sure their families made it for a day where they could see a black president, where they could live like normal human beings. Take a sip out of a fountain. That's what some black grandpas were doing while yours was taking you hunting. I ain't no hater. I'm happy you got that experience. But just know not everybody did. Excuse me for a moment. I got to respond to one of my employees' text messages regarding a detail. Give me 1 second. I'm responding to one of my employees. Let me look at some of these comments right here, because y'all got me worked up here. I'm not caught in no propaganda. Everybody has a different experience. All right, there's a lot of crazy. This chat is wild right now. If you want to read, if you want me to read one of your things, drop a super chat and I'll read what you say. I'm just going through this chat and it's wild. But y'all, y'all, wilding in these, wilding in these chats right now. Oof. Y'all getting me worked up over here. All right. So that was the first point that I was making in my speech. Obviously, I don't have an hour on YouTube to go into the weeds of my thoughts and stuff. So I condensed that. The second thing that I think gun owners need to do is we need to support, not support, yes, support and acknowledge the pain that victims of gun violence go through. I think too often does the 2A community just say, guns don't kill people, people kill people. There is a guy out there on the fence, didn't even give a damn about guns, just living his life. Wasn't pro gun, wasn't anti gun, just living his life and his family. Then one day he gets the fucked up news that somebody went into a school and did that crazy act. And now their baby is gone. That's a horrible experience. That is something that will destroy someone. I have a niece who's 15 years old. We just celebrated her sweet 15 this summer. Beautiful girl, beautiful soul, totally innocent, right? Just a pure gem, untainted, right? I can't imagine what that feels like. And that's not even my daughter. She's my niece. I can't imagine how that feels waking up one day and knowing your entire life is gone. This person that you have been pouring your all in, your love, your heart, your experiences, your this and that, to help them be the best version, to be better than you. And that person is gone forever. And then to just have people on the other side saying that, oh, guns don't kill people, people kill people. We all know that. But is that messaging landing? Is that landing with victims of gun violence? We've got to change our messaging on that. I think that's so weak. Everybody knows that guns don't jump off the table. That's what every gun will, oh, well, I put this gun here. Did it jump off the table? No, people kill. We all know that. But what are we doing as gun owners to take accountability for that? How are we getting ahead of the anti-gun propaganda? Because we know what anti-gunners are going to say. We know how the news is going to move. But how are we, the gun community, taking charge of that narrative and not letting anti-gun media just say guns are bad? Oh, look at this, guns are bad. That's why we should. The guy used a handgun, and they're like, this is why we should ban assault rifles and shotguns, even though it wasn't even used in the crime. We have to have compassion for these people. Too easily do we just not care about somebody losing their entire life, the love of their life gone. Innocent. It's one thing if a kid was doing something stupid and they got caught up, you can kind of rationalize it. That makes sense. When you're talking about innocent people, kids that are 4 or 5, done no harm, pure, innocent, beautiful souls gone. We got to have more compassion for that. Because this messaging of guns don't kill people, it's not working. And quite frankly, I think it falls short. I think it falls short of showing compassion and understanding. So we got to figure out how to do that. And that's something that I want to think about. That one I don't have a clear answer or solution to, but I really do think that we need to think about how do we address this? And unfortunately, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. When is it going to happen again? And how are we going to connect with these people and show them that we understand their pain, that their concerns are real? It's a real concern. If you're somebody who never cared about guns until your daughter or son got I can't say the word on YouTube, got, deleted. How are you going to show that person you care? My heart and prayers. Sending my thoughts and prayers. That's so lame. So we got to figure out a better way to do that. I don't know exactly how, but we need to authentically connect with these people. Somebody whose kid got into, the wrong crowd and they started committing crimes, and then their kid gets deleted doing something bad. Yeah, that kid shouldn't have been doing that as well, but we should have compassion for how did that kid arrive there. So I don't really know the right messaging for that. I don't know how to authenticate that experience and acknowledging that. Yes, somebody used a firearm to destroy their life and deleted their child, but we can also understand the value of other people still being able to protect themselves. I think the two-way community can do a better job with that. And I hope we brainstorm and just don't say guns don't kill people, guns don't stop, you know, guns don't just jump off the table. A good guy with a gun stops a bad guy with a gun. We've got to take the initiative. And that's the thing that I noticed about the two-way community is that we don't take initiative about these things and we let other people tell the narrative. We let other people tell the story and the perspective. So we've got to do a better job with connecting with people, acknowledging their pain. Because I watch some messed up videos. Like I've got hundreds of videos on my laptop of shit going on, and I can understand why a parent would be anti-gun. I can understand why a kid who just watched their classmate get, blanked down and be anti-gun. That's not irrational. That's not an irrational position to take. A kid who had no care about guns, all they did was play Call of Duty, one day goes to school and see multiple classmates get blammed down. That's traumatic for anybody, even an adult. Even an adult, that's traumatic. So these people are not wrong for being anti-gun. These people are going through the grieving process and they're trying to find a way to cope with it. And unfortunately, a lot of times that happens is that these cowards, they delete themselves. It's one thing if the family member could, take the guy and put him to jail and say, "Oh, you're bad and, we'll lock you up forever." The family don't even have the dignity to hold that culprit accountable because he goes out in the most cowardice way. So then the families get robbed of that opportunity of justice. So the only thing that's left is the gun. Their kid is gone. The bad guy's gone. What's left? Only thing left that's part of the crime is the firearm. It's not irrational for people to come to the conclusion that guns are bad after they themselves or their family members have been victims of a crime with firearms. We've got to find a better way to honor them, to respect their experience, to respect their grieving process. Yes, I can understand how you came to the conclusion that guns are bad. Two things can be true. Two things can be true at the time. Yes, guns don't jump off the table and shoot people. And yes, I can understand why you're mad at that gun because there's nothing left to throw your anger at. There's nothing left in the world to throw the anger at but the firearm. So we need to have compassion and we need to work on our messaging and not just on the messaging. We just need to really care. We just need to really care about these families and how can we help them. So I don't know the best way for that. I'm navigating these things the same way that you guys are navigating it. And I don't know the best way, but this guns don't jump off the table shit. We need are we really teaching people? Are we really teaching people that guns don't jump the table? Wow, really? That gun didn't come out the safe and it was a bad person that took the gun and did something? Whoa. Mind blown. We're not bringing in a new concept. So let's find a way to honor victims of gun violence and protect the Second Amendment. How about they not be enemies? How we do that, I don't know. But let's figure it out. Let's figure out how to have some compassion and work together. I've had mothers. Here's a couple of anecdotal experiences. I've had mothers come to my class and cry because they said they had 3 sons, and all 3 of them died from being in the streets and doing wild, crazy things. And she just wanted to understand the allure. She spent years being mad at the guns. And finally, she's like, I saw a Black instructor. I went on your website. I saw your messaging. And I wanted to learn the allure of firearms. And at the end of the day, she added me on social media, shared her picture of her certificate. Hey, I just took this safety class. This guy's awesome. And I didn't do anything extraordinary. All I did was show compassion that I understand that if you lost 3 sons to gun violence, that you'd feel some type of way. And that's okay. And you're not crazy for that. So that's the second thing that I think the gun community need to do. Show some compassion for all these crazy things that are happening. The world is a crazy place. And no, I don't believe that arming every teacher is the solution. These teachers don't even have money for fucking pens and pencils and erasers. And now they gotta buy a gun. Shit, the average gun owner can't even shoot straight. And now we want teachers to have the added stress of learning how to shoot. Now, do I think there's some type of solution somewhere in there? Yeah, but let's not go with these crazy narratives of, just arm every teacher in the school. But that's another topic. I don't want to get into the rabbit hole of that. But yeah, let's find a way to be more compassionate. All right. So that was my second point in my speech. My third point in my speech, my third paragraph. This third paragraph was targeted towards Black leaders in the community. Black politicians, pastors, right? After every news shooting that you see something happens, a pastor will come and say, oh, we need to stop these guns from coming in our streets and yada, yada, yada. I need the Black community to stop internalizing racism. We, the Black community, always accuse, and oftentimes rightfully so, of other people being racist to us and treating us unfairly. But however, we're doing the same thing. Why is it in the Black community, the propaganda is that a young Black boy and a gun is a criminal, but a young white boy with a gun is a Boy Scout? Why do there two different labels? Tamir Rice. If you don't know who Tamir Rice is, look up that case. Tamir Rice, the cop got out and shot that boy in less than 2 seconds because he had a toy gun in his hand. How did you critically assess the situation? How did you use that firearm as a tool of last resort? What other tools did you have in your toolbox that you could have done? Right? Why is it that we automatically criminalize Black and brown people with firearms? Why can't Black and brown people be patriots as well? And this is something that our Black leadership does all the time. A young Black boy having an interest in firearms is not a bad thing. Why is it when Timmy goes hunting and goes to the range with his dad, it's okay. But when Jamal wants to learn about firearms, you tell him, don't touch guns, stay away from guns, guns are bad. Don't be a criminal. Why is there two sets of messaging? That's internal racism. So I'm talking to you, Black people, Black gun owners, Black politicians. Before we worry about anybody else, why don't we worry about ourselves? Why do we instantly criminalize young Black youth and firearms? Black youth don't die because of Black on Black crime, which is a made-up term, but you say that all the time. Black youth don't die because of gang violence. Black youth that die with firearms or buy firearms die due to a lack of education, training, and resources. Little Timmy was able to go to his gun range where they have a fishing lake where he could learn how to fish. They have a trap range where he could learn how to trap shoot. And then he has a gun range where he can go shoot pistols and rifles. And then he can go hunting with his grandpa and live his best life and have a nice, healthy relationship with firearms. Jamal had the same exact interest as little Timmy, but he didn't have those resources in his neighborhood. So therefore, the way he can go and interact with firearm was in a negative light. I need Black Democrats to stop saying that Black people with guns is what leads to crime. It's a lack of education, access to training and resources. That is the reason why we're dying. Because ever since I was a kid, I've been getting that message. Guns are bad. Black people with guns are bad. Don't touch them. Leave them alone. How's that working out for y'all? Black anti-gun politicians. When has, what's the term I'm looking for? Abstinence when has abstinence worked? We've been preaching to Black youth to stay away from guns. It's horrible. How's that working out for us? You've got Fox News that love to quote Chicago. Look at Democrat-run cities. Democrat-run cities have the highest rates of crime. Da-da-da-da-da. There's some truth to that. There is. Is there some propaganda in there? Absolutely. So instead of trying to prohibit Black people from having any interaction with firearms, how about we start giving them education and training? How about we start giving them resources? How about we build a range in our community so that way if a young Jamal or Tyrone is interested with firearm training, that he doesn't have to go to the streets. What does that say about our community that the only way for Black youth to learn about firearm safety is to go to the streets to learn about that? Why can't our communities have the same access to these resources as the white suburban areas? Because I know when my white friends invite me to go to their range, they've got acres of property. They've got fishing, trap, long distance range. Why can't we have that? Their kids go on to hunting camp and hiking camp. You got Boy Scouts of America. You've got the fishing thing, mass wildlife fish and game and all that. Why can't we have any of these programs in our city? Because having an interest in firearms is not criminal. Having a desire to learn more about guns is not a criminal mindset. So why do we label it as that? Why? All the pastors after every shooting, well-meaning, oh, gotta get these guns off the streets. How about we put some access to education, training, and resources in the streets and see if gun crime don't go down? So that way a young Tamir don't have to be shot down. Because we automatically think that a young Black boy with a gun is a criminal. He's a gangbanger. He's a thug. How about we try that? Because that message, that strategy of just Black people don't touch guns and leave it alone, how's that working out for y'all? Is that getting you the outcome that you want? Black Democrats, Black leaders, you guys who claim that you really care about the youth not dying in the streets and not dying by violent crime, if you truly value that over how you do that by trying to push a false propaganda, why don't we try a different strategy? How about we say, because we've been doing it for 20 years and we see it's not working out. How about we do a 3-year trial period? Hey, why don't we give access to education and training and resources to the cities that have the most gun violence? Why don't we give them an opportunity to learn how to use firearms safely? Why don't we channel that interest into a career where they can become security guards, police officers, federal agents, military? Why can't we channel that interest into something positive? Why can't we? What I'm saying is to the Black community is the messaging that we've been doing is not working. Kids are not running away from guns. They're not leaving them alone. The don't touch it, it's not working. So let's try something different. The other half of the Black community, Black gun owners. If you are a Black and brown gun owner, why are you voting for a politician that's anti-gun? I know that answer. I know why, but ask yourself why. Let me ask you a secondary question. Why aren't you holding your local politicians accountable? Why aren't you saying you will not get my vote unless XYZ? You can do both. You know that, right? You can get a politician that supports you in certain things, and you can apply pressure to that politician to change their stance. And to the other side of the two-way group, you make it so easy for Democratic politicians to demonize you with some merit. With some merit, you make it easy for propaganda to be thrown your way. You give them plenty of material. You give them plenty of material to work with. Why do you make it so easy for anti-gun politicians to have their way? So if you're a Black gun owner and you have a license to carry, I highly encourage you to hold your local politician accountable. Everywhere I go in Boston, I live in Boston. Everywhere I go, there's a flyer for a politician. This city council member, this person is running for this district. I see these flyers posted everywhere. We know what we're talking about. So when that politician comes to your area, why don't you tell that politician, hey, I agree with you on these things, but I think you need to consider these other things when it comes to the Second Amendment, the human right to self-defense. Us black people out of all people have the greatest need and right to self-defense. We were kidnapped from our homelands, dragged across the Atlantic, forced into centuries of slavery, forced into centuries of oppression and discrimination. We, above all people, should understand the value of self-defense. So why do we so throw it away willingly? Why? You are a group of people that say the right is bad. The right want to kill you. Tiki torches, this and that, racism, blah, 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 blah. The world is falling apart. But yet at the same time, you're telling your community to be unarmed. You're telling your community to, oh, you don't need a gun. You can trust that very same racist government. That very same government you claim to be racist, these same black people can trust that government. Is there not an irony in that? Black community, black gun owners, black politicians, black pastors and preachers and all that stuff. Is there not an irony that the same government we cannot trust, the same people that's out to get us, we want to depend on them for our security and our well-being and our safety? After you carefully document how blacks and Native Americans and every other, demographic has been wronged by these Europeans, but yet you're telling these same black people that they don't need guns? Are you crazy? Y'all look crazy. You got to be crazy for you to document all the ways we've been enslaved and discriminated against, and then at the end of the day and tell me, oh yeah, by the way, you don't need a gun. That's wild. I don't know how those two thoughts I don't know how you work them out in your brain. I don't know how y'all do it. How do y'all do that? I come from Haiti. We kicked our slave masters off the island, and we paid a dear price for it. But we sparked revolution all around the globe. Haiti's independence, Haiti's fight for independence sparked global revolutions all around the world. And we paid a dear price for it. But now you want to tell me to not bring my guns, to not have firearms? I'm never giving up my guns from my cold, dead hands, because there's enemies all around me. I understand my history. I will never let another oligarch, black politician who's protected by taxpayer dollars, who's got security all around them, state police, private security, federal bodies to protect them, to come and tell me I don't need any guns. How dare you? How dare you? Black people in this country, above all other people, have a claim to self-defense, because we came here against our will. We were forced to labor against our will, us and many other people, but us more than any other people. But now you want to tell us to trust that same government. Now you want to tell us to be unarmed. when our ancestors was unarmed and they came onto our shores and kidnapped, raped, killed, and forced us to trade our brothers and sisters so it wouldn't be us. And now you're telling us to be unarmed again. You crazy. That's my message to the Black community. Y'all are wildin'. My fourth paragraph. There's a storm coming. Gun owners, LTC holders, patriots, all that term that you guys use, that storm is coming. Better yet, that storm is here. The storm is here. So what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about that? All I see online, Goal needs to do something. Somebody needs to do something. Somebody needs to stop this. You are somebody. You are somebody. So what are you going to do about this? Because Goal is busting their ass to read all these legal views and figure this shit out. I don't have the time for that. I don't have the time to go to the state house and the city hall and to figure this shit out. What are you doing? I own a gun store. I train thousands of people every year. I help thousands of people get their licenses. Training online. Train members in the military. Was a small arms instructor. I'm doing my part to protect and grow the Second Amendment. What are you doing? What are you doing to protect and grow the Second Amendment? So when you say somebody needs to do something, you are somebody. This is coming. This is coming. We can pretend like we're going to fight it. We can pretend like we're going to reverse it, which we might do. It'll take us 5 years to go through the legal proceedings if the Supreme Court decides to pick up the case or if they don't waive it. But it's coming. So what are you going to do now that the storm is here? I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to train the hell out of people. All this anti-gun bullshit motivated the hell out of me. I'm going to double my company size. You want to make it harder for people to get their license to carry? Well, I'll show you, mother effer. I'm going to work twice as hard to get my students to go through the process. I'm going to call and check up. I'm going to send them emails. I'm going to send them text messages. I'm going to make sure that they follow through so they don't become victims to this process that's designed to discourage them to get their gun permit. So that's what I'm going to do. I live and breathe the two-way every single effing day. So what are you going to do? For everybody that's screaming, somebody needs to do something, you are somebody. Pierre, I'm not a firearms expert. That's cool. Bring a family member, a friend to a range. Bring a family, a friend member or coworker, whoever, to a class. Have a conversation with them. Hey, man, this is really important. Sign up your kids to get the FID card, to get their licenses. They don't have to get a gun, but at least they have the choice to. You can apply for your gun permit and not buy a gun for years. And then one day you see something on the news and you say, you know what? I think it's time that I actually go and use this card. That's okay. Just give them the option, the opportunity, and the choice to do that. That's another way you can grow and protect the Second Amendment. So what are you doing? Maybe all you can do is pay your $30 to whatever two-way organization for their annual membership. That's okay. If that's all you can do, that's all you can do. You don't like gold? Pick the NRA. You don't like the NRA? Pick NAGA. You don't like NAGA? Insert any other two-way organization. But do something. Do something. Do your part. I'm not asking anybody to save the world. All I'm asking you to do, if you're in this two-way community, is to do your individual part. Pay that goddamn $30 for a two-way organization of your choice. Drag your friends and family to the range, to a class, to get them to do their gun permit and get their licensing. So that way, if they change their mind in the future, some shit go down. Now they're not waiting 3-6 months. You know, in Boston right now, my students are waiting 6 months to get an interview. 6 months. I have my student call me. Hey, yeah, Pierre. Yeah, I just got my interview. It's in fucking, and I'm like, what? They're like, yeah, they're all backed up. Get those people around you. Get one person. If everybody got one person in their life to actually get their licensing, we would double our community. Just get one person in your life to get their license. So for everybody saying that somebody needs to do something, you are somebody. So get your ass up and do something. Do your part. You don't need to save the world. You don't need to do all this shit. Just do your part. Just do your individual part. Cover your sector of fire. You don't need to pull 360 security. Just cover your sector of fire. So, a lot of people in this community complain about the things that are wrong with the two-way community, things that we can improve and work on. I myself am one of these people. But I also believe in being part of the solution. So not only do I observe what I believe are the problems in the two-way community, but I'm also brainstorming solutions. Some I've already stated. So what are these solutions that I believe? The most important thing that I think we need to have is some DEI. Oh, I know we hate the acronym DEI. What's that DEI stand for? Let me see what that DEI, diversity. Oh, we hate that word. What's that E stand for? Go ahead. Equity. Ooh, we hate that word in this community. And what's that I stand for? Inclusion. We need to work together. You need to cut the propaganda about libtards and commies and this and that. Cut all that shit out. When it comes to the two-way, we need to be a single issue movement. And everybody hold their local politicians accountable. And we need to make it easy for us to collaborate. I'm seeing a lot of these, I see a lot of these comments in here, a lot of some stuff. I'm reading through some of them. You don't have to agree with me. It's the reality. America first, MAGA, all that shit brings division. Leave the shit at home. I don't want to hear about China. I don't want to hear about the border. I don't want to hear about none of that shit. If it's not two-way related, leave it alone. Let us focus on guns. Let's have some inclusion. A couple years back, before COVID, I was holding African American firearm safety courses. I had two-way members going wild going wild in the comments. Why are you having an African American firearm safety course? Why are you doing this? That's racist. And in my mind, I'm like, why the fuck? Why would somebody who is pro 2A, pro Second Amendment, be mad that I'm holding an African American firearm safety course? Why are you doing that? Oh, what if we had a whites only firearm safety course? Y'all already showing up. We don't need a class for y'all. You don't need to have a separate rally. You guys already showing up. Y'all already shooting at the range. Y'all already got your licenses. So I don't understand why the community gets mad. But it's funny because I don't see the community get mad when there's women-only courses. I see women-only courses. So when it's about gender, there's no problem with that. Oh, yeah, we need to get more women involved and, yeah, get them shooting. My wife's scared to shoot. I want to get her in, da-da-da-da-da. So with the gender, there's no problem. But as soon as I say African-American firearm safety course, then I get a lot of hate. Why is that? Ain't that the demographic you need to hold Democratic politicians accountable? Why are you mad? Why am I getting hate messages? Oh, nigger this, nigger that, da, 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 da. Man, I wish I saved half those messages. Back then, I was like, block, delete. You're not going to mess up my zone. But now I want to expose y'all. And I'm going to start those activities back again soon. 2025, we're going to be on and popping. Let me get those messages again. I'm going to start putting y'all on blast. And I'll let the internet do what the internet does best. So why? Why do y'all have this problem? Gender, not a problem. Youth, right? Youth firearm safety course, kids under 18, I've seen those, not a problem. So gender don't matter, age don't matter. But the minute we start talking about black and brown people, now it's an issue. Oh, what if we had a whites-only class? I never hear anybody say, oh, what if we had a men's-only class? Why do we have a ladies' night at the range? Why, that's sexist. Why don't we have a men's night at the range? Never hear anybody make that argument. But the minute that we start talking about black people training and getting licensed, the very members of our same community send me hate messages. And you know what that shit does? It fuels me up. I use that shit for fire. I fuel it up. I go, oh yeah, let me eat. Because I'm cooking in this kitchen. I'm cooking. If you're mad about me teaching African-American firearm safety courses, you're going to be big mad. You're going to be big mad in 2025. When this shit roll out, y'all going to be big mad. And you ain't no friend of mine. I see you as an enemy. And we two-way people, two-way community, we always talk about, oh, the rotten apple. Oh, that's not most of the community. There's only a couple of people that's bad. Well, let's throw that rotten apple out. How about that? How about we call that rotten apple out and throw that individual out? Why don't we do that? So we need some diversity. If y'all don't like that DEI slang, I'll throw it to you another way. We just need LTC people to show up. That's what we need. Let's see what I got here. Yeah, I already made this point, but my point is y'all not going to win the gunfight. If you're pro 2A, if you're pro gun or pro whatever, white males and white females cannot win this fight alone. You need every member of the community, whether you're white, black, Asian, Hispanic. We need every member of a 2A community to be engaged. And we need to make sure that the space that we're using is inviting for all. Because if you think only white males and white females can win this two-way fight, let me know how that's working out for you. How's it working out? Are you winning? Do you feel like, as the LTC holder in this state of Mass, do you feel like you're winning that two-way fight? I don't. So how about we activate the rest of the 80% of the people? For you leaders, for those leaders, the so-called two-way leaders, what events are you holding in your community? How are you engaging your community? So that way they can take a class. The best way to fight anti-gun propaganda is education. People learn watching an assault rifle. Where did that come from? What's the history? How do guns work? The difference between automatic and semi-automatic. The best way to fight that anti-gun propaganda is education. That's the best way to do it. So, for the two-way community, it's a very simple statement. If you don't use all the numbers that you have, if you don't engage all the members of the two-way community, you are going to lose this war. You are going to go out of business. Your customer, as a leader, as a president of a gun range or a club or whatever the hell, your customer is the LTC holder. And if you don't cater to your customer, you will go out of business. And do you know what the other business is? Anti-gun propaganda. That's what happens. That's what happens to somebody on the fence. They fall victim to anti-gun propaganda, and then they win. Now you got somebody else saying guns is bad. So you don't have to agree with me. You don't have to think the same way I think. But what you can't argue with is the results. You guys are holding these rallies and nobody's showing up and nothing is getting done. And only 10 people from a specific organization is doing all the legwork. So, if you think you're winning this gunfight in this state, don't do anything. If you think Pierre is crazy, with some of you guys, I see some of the comments, Pierre, you're crazy, and da-da-da-da-da. If you think you're winning this two-way fight, go ahead. Keep doing exactly what you're doing. Let me know how you like the results. It's not about thoughts. It's not about feeling. It's about results. How do you get the outcome that you desire? And if you're not getting the outcome, if you're not winning this two-way fight, if you're not getting 80% of your members to show up, then you should probably try something different. If it's not my thoughts, then great. Bring another idea up. Hey, Pierre, I don't think that's the right solution. Great. Tell me. Give me another solution. I am happy to brainstorm 50. I'd rather have 50 solutions in that pool, in that brainstorm pool, than 20. If you think something else is, sure, go ahead. Drop it in the brainstorm pool. But what I know is what we're doing right now is not working. And that's why we're here. That's why we're having this conversation. That's why we had the rally, because it ain't working. So don't argue with me. As they say, argue with your mama. Look at the reality around you. Thousands of black gun owners in Boston, and not a single one of them showed up. Not 1,000 showed up. Not 1,000 showed up. In the heart of the city, where you got 650K people that live in Boston, and then you got up to 4 million in the greater Boston if you include Cambridge and all those greater Boston cities. 4 million people. And we can't get 1,000. We got people traveling all across the state, all the way from the west side, from the south. Shout out to y'all. I appreciate y'all. But why can't we get people that live 5 minutes away to show up? People that look and can see where you're at, and they've got a license to carry, and they don't show up. Why is that? Answer that question for me. You ain't got to agree with me, but answer that question. Why? Why ain't they showing up? I've been to every goddamn rally in the last 10 years. I've been to goddamn every event, two-way event here. How's that working out for y'all? Answer the question. Why isn't 80% of the community showing up to your rally? And what are you going to do about it? That's a two-part question. And what you going to do about it? If you ain't going to do shit, well, enjoy. 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 I already talked about all this shit. I believe in being in tip of the spear. That's what we say in the army, the tip of the spear. And that's what I'm doing. I don't want to be anywhere where I'm not loved, valued, appreciated, or anything like that. But I can promise you this, the guy who ran the event today, until he make things right with me, I will never participate in another event that he is leading. That was the first and last time that someone has ever grabbed the microphone out of my hand and stopped my speech. This is the same people. This is the same people that are preaching the Second Amendment is important. The First Amendment is important. And the minute that we give an opinion that is not as part of the echo chamber, then you want to take my mic away. You the same group that value the First Amendment? But because I didn't tell you that, oh, guns don't kill people. Hey, man, don't let these people take our guns. Come and take it. Oh, don't tread on me. Because I didn't say that same bullshit to y'all. Because I kept it real with you. Because I told you why other communities of the other two-way communities ain't showing up. And then you want to grab that mic from me? Cool. That's why we go in our own lane. We're not begging nobody for a seat at the table. I got my own goddamn table. I got my own chair. I buy my own food. I ain't begging nobody. I ain't looking for no participation trophy, and neither are my people. If you don't want us here, if you don't care about our values and then our different experiences with the two-way, if you don't care about that, then we're going to keep it moving. Then you do your rally over there, and then we do our shit over here. We don't beg people for a seat at any table. We do our own shit. So if you don't want us, if you don't value us, if you don't care about the things we got to say and our differing opinions and experiences, and then this is a good old boys club, then that's on you. Now, out of respect, I'm not going to say the person's name, which I didn't know the person's name till after the event. Till after the event, I found out who the person was. And I'm not going to say their name out of common interest for the two-way. But let me read, because I had to Google this guy's name. I was like, who the hell is this guy? Because he made me mad. And then here's what he said in one of the paragraphs. He goes, the more people we have, the better. This is the latter half of the message of the screenshot. The more people we have, the better. We need to get news coverage so that people outside the echo chamber can hear. This is this person. This person who is advertising and leading this two-way event says that. Let me read this line to you again. The more people we have, the better. We need to get news coverage so that people outside the echo chamber can hear. Well, sir, I am outside the echo chamber. I am outside the echo chamber. And you didn't want to hear shit I had to say. You didn't want to hear the sentiments that a bunch of people from a different segment, from a different lifestyle as you, their concerns, That's what I came. I came with my customers. You're a business. I came with my customers and said, hey, we have the shared interest in the two-way, but our experience is a little bit different. Here's our concerns. And then instead of you saying, you know what? I didn't look at it from that point of view. I never considered that before. That's a good point. I'm going to go take that food for thought. I'm going to sit on it for a little bit, and I'm going to strategize the better way to do this. And the next time when we come out, we're going to be bigger and better. The same woman. Yeah, I told that Karen to shut her mouth from heckling, from that not so microaggressions. Yes, we had a Karen in the crowd, and I was speaking. If she wanted to speak, she had every opportunity to speak. It's called respect. And then when she came with her microaggressions, which were not so micro, yeah, I told her to shut her ass up. Yeah, I did, and I stand on that. A pro two-way rally heckling pro two-way speakers. Pro two-way speakers. Can you believe that? Yes, she was being a Karen, and I wasn't standing for it, and I told that Karen to shut the hell up. Well, I didn't say shut the hell up. I said shut your mouth. Yes, I did, and I stood on business. Don't interrupt. Don't interrupt a passionate individual when they're giving a presentation. Boy. Boy. I had to catch myself there a second. So yeah, there was a Karen heckling in the crowd, and yeah, I wasn't standing for that. Go heckle somebody else. I could handle that. I don't care about hecklers in the crowd. I could handle myself. But to take the mic away from me, when you advertise your event as somebody giving things out of the echo chamber, why do you want me to give you a speech? Guns are good. Bad people, well, guns are bad. You want me to yell the same shit that the last 10 people said? Is that what you wanted me to do? How's that been working out for us? No, I tried to keep it real with the community, with the two-way community, and y'all kept it real back at me. So congratulations, the event organizer. Congratulations. Now people see you for who you are. And the crazy thing is, I get flack from my community all the time. Pierre, why are you hanging out with these racist gun owners? Pierre, why are you doing this? I'm like, nah, it's not like that. It's about the two-way. Yeah, people kill me. People kill me. People kill me for working with y'all. Because there's a certain narrative and perspective of who these type of demographics of people who are. And I say, nah, you got to get into the weeds. There's nuance. There's people that's I've had a great experience with Goal. Goal gets a bad flack. I'm like, have you actually sat in their classes? Have you ever done work with them? Have you ever spoken to people? And 9 out of 10 times the answer is no. And ignorance cannot survive contact. Ignorance cannot survive contact. When you make contact with people, when you work with people, then you go, oh, you know what? Now you can make your own opinion. So I'm dabbling with people every day that I disagree with. Think about it. I'm an immigrant. I was born in Haiti. I'm a combat vet. I lean left on social issues and right on gun and then freaking money issues. I'm pro-Black. Do you think I agree with most people I come across in the two-way community that's generally conservative? If this was all about my personal beliefs, do you think I would still be in business? You think if my company policy was, I only train people that think exactly the way I do, you think I would survive? I've been in the game for over 10 years. You think I would survive if I only train people that look and think like me? No, I train people from all walks of life because it doesn't freaking matter. When you come into a two-way organization, to a two-way event, it's all about firearm safety. It ain't about shit else. So you ain't got to know about my different opinion. Now, if there's something with a legal law and some specific person, sure, you can say, hey, this candidate is proposing this, cool, then that's relevant. But all that extra shit, leave it out. Leave it out. or continue to enjoy. Enjoy the fruits of your labor. Enjoy being on the back end of a two-way attack 24/7. Continue losing your rights to three evil features. Now it's going to go down to two, then it's going to go to one, then it's going to go to none. And now they're making you a felon. Congratulations. Don't change anything. Y'all pissed me off. But that's pretty much my whole speech. I don't have 2 hours to give the speech. I was condensing it into you know an appropriate size. But I heard somebody say, hey, they want to come in. All right, cool. You want to hear a different perspective? I'm not afraid to give y'all the smoke. So we're gonna take. I'll be back in. I just gotta take a piss. I'll just keep it real. I gotta take a piss. I'll be back. I'll drop the link in the chat. So if you want to come up, I see people here saying, "Oh, they want to come up and talk and stuff like that." Cool. I ain't got no problem. Don't we value the First Amendment? Why was I denied the same opportunity to exercise my First Amendment from a pro-gun individual? You ain't gotta agree with what I say. You just got to give me the same opportunity. Why was the black man who wasn't singing and sipping the Kool-Aid, who wasn't singing the song, you want me to sing the same song into the echo chamber and tell people that we all agree on the same shit, that guns ain't bad. Don't let them take our guns. Let's fight. Let's sign this waiver. We've been doing that shit for 10 years. How's that working out? Oh, let's go to these meetings. I went to these meetings. I went to half of these freaking room meetings. Well, maybe not half, but I went to a couple of them. What did you do? The same people that get mad at me, half of y'all not doing shit. And then on top of that, y'all can't even shoot. That's the crazy part. I'm in the range every day. I see what the average gun. I hate arguing with people that can't even shoot. I'm mad, but I dropped the. That make me mad, yo. Nothing I hate more than arguing. But I dropped the link in the chat. I'm gonna go use the restroom, and then when I get back from the latrine, whoever's in the back room, you can come up and then we'll talk. But this is what it's about: the two-way community conversing within the two-way community. We ain't got nobody to blame but ourselves. We are unorganized. We are undisciplined. We are underfunded. We're not doing any initiatives, and then we mad that anti-gunners is out here smoking us in this fight. Y'all are wild. But here's the link if you want to join. Who was talking about, oh, let's show up and da da da. Well, here's the link. Come up and talk your shit. I don't see nobody in the background. Everybody that was running your mouth in the chat, I dropped the link to join. I don't see no one. I don't see no one in the back in the back room waiting. So here's the other thing. A bunch of people. So this is how I was dressed. This is how I was dressed at the event. And what I brought with me a shovel. I brought with me a shovel to the 2A rally. You know why I brought the shovel? Because the last line that I had in my speech, was that I wanted us to bury our differences and I wanted us to unite. Everyone's like, oh, why does he have a shovel? Why is he bringing this? Da, 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 da. This was supposed to symbolize. This shovel was supposed to symbolize us burying our differences and focusing on the things that we agree on, focusing on the 2A issues that matter. But instead, I never got the opportunity to talk about my shovel. I wanted to bury our differences in the 2A community. I wanted us to acknowledge the different experiences that we all have. And I wanted us to work together. And the last line I was going to say, when I say 2A, you say unity. 2A, unity. 2A, unity. But I didn't even get to finish my damn speech. And I didn't even get to talk about the symbolism of my shovel. So now we still got differences between us, unresolved issues. You guys made it clear that collaborating and bringing, and when I say you guys, I mean the event organizers. Let me be clear. Event organizers made it clear that we still have a lot of differences between us and y'all not ready for the shovel. Because we could have used that shovel today to bury our differences and unite on making the 2A a single issue mission. But we didn't get that. Instead, what we got was violence. Well, let me not say violence. Instead, what we got was, what's that term? I got censored. Y'all didn't let me use my First Amendment. So now the shovel is still clean. I thought I could dirty the shovel and bury our differences, but apparently we still got a lot to go. So that was the reality I wanted. Life gave me the reality that I got. You have a plan for life, and life has a plan for you. So that's why I brought the shovel. I wanted us to bury our differences and to unite under the 2A banner. But clearly that was not possible today. But I still have hope that it's not impossible. But now I just know how I got to move, where I'm at. And that's why I am working for myself, and I continue to work for myself. I see somebody in the background, in the back room. If you're gonna come up, you gotta stand on your shit. So you gotta get on video. You gotta put your money where your mouth is and stand on the words that you say. So if you want to get on here, you gotta cam up, and you gotta understand that nothing gets taken down, and you're consenting to you being on the internet and people having access, right? It's fair use, all that stuff. Once you go on the internet, you go. So if you want to show up, you want to talk your shit, then cam up. So yeah, so that's why I had that shovel. I wanted to bury our differences, but apparently that wasn't possible. So So let me go through this. People's Press Media. I'll come on. Okay. Come on. The link is in the chat. Y'all want to come up, put your video on. Y'all want to come up, talk your shit. This is what the rally should have been about. Members of the community in a two-way coming up and being ready. So I see someone's in the background right here. Go ahead and let me know if you're ready. Catherine, are you ready? Okay, it looks like you're ready. I'm going to add you to the stage. Okay, Catherine, let's hear what you got to say. Oh, excuse me.
Hi.
All right. Good evening, Catherine. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Fine, thank you. You were at the rally, right?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. Your face looks very familiar. I think you were like 2 speakers ahead of me.
Yeah.
So what are your thoughts on today's events and my full speech that I just discussed in detail?
So I am an activist. I've been an activist for 3 years. I'm from Boston, Dorchester, and I am the state director of Blexit. So I agree with a lot.
What is Blexit, if you don't mind me asking? What is Blexit?
So Blexit is the largest conservative minority organization in the country. It's pretty much what Black Lives Matter should have been. I don't know. Have you ever heard of Candace Owens?
Yes, I'm well versed with Candace Owens.
Yeah, so it's her organization. There's 47 chapters, and I'm the state director for Massachusetts chapter.
Okay.
So we're fairly new. We just started our chapter in May, but myself and my friend Sean Nelson, who was also at the rally, me and him ran for Boston City Council last year, and we are doing the Blexit thing now, and we've been activists for 3 years together. So I agree with a lot of the things you're saying.
So let me just confirm, your target audience is for Black conservatives. Is that what you said?
With Blexit, yeah. Well, I mean, yes and no, because a lot of it is education. So not necessarily just staying in an echo chamber, but also talking to people that disagree with us and trying to figure out where we can find common ground.
Okay.
So, yeah, I agree with a lot of what you're saying. I'm not a fan of rallies in general. I'm not a fan of rallies in Boston Common because people from Boston don't typically go to Boston Common. And I'm not a fan of rallies on the weekend. I like to do things in public where people can see them out on the streets on the weekdays while people are going to work and there's visibility. So, when we're in the middle of the park on a Saturday morning, we are in an echo chamber. So I agree with all of that. But I mean, I didn't really hear like anything you said until you started yelling, and I guess he took the mic from you. So I need to go watch the video and hear it again to really have a full grasp. I was asking some questions in the comments. I heard people saying that you were telling people that they shouldn't be wearing MAGA hats.
Yes, I told people that this should be a one-issue movement, and MAGA and any other political things divide and conquer us. So we should be a one issue movement, and the only movement is the Second Amendment, and MAGA has nothing to do with it. The minute you bring up MAGA, you bring up Donald Trump, and you lose a lot of LTC holders. So that's why I said, everybody, I want you to be a single issue movement. So if you've got anything on that doesn't have to do with the Second Amendment, if you wanted to start right now, I would like you to take it off. So I didn't tell anybody to take it off. I'm saying this is the best. If you're wondering, because this is the thing that these people that run these rallies, the question they could never answer is, why aren't people showing up? Why aren't all these LTC holders in Boston showing up? And I'm answering the question. The answer to that question is all the MAGA stuff, the Trump stuff, the Confederate flag, all these issues that distract from the gun issue. And that's all I want us to be focused on. And I would say about 80% of the crowd didn't have, like political stuff. It was like, gun things and silly signs and things like that and whatnot, which is cool. So my point is, the minute you start bringing in other topics besides guns, you lose people. I'm one of these people where 95% of the people that I run into, I disagree with them on most politics except for guns. So that's why I say we need to be a single issue movement. If it's not related to the two-way, don't bring it over here. Don't talk about it. We want to brainstorm about guns. What are actual solutions? What's a solution besides just coming up every year, every 4 years and having a rally and going back home? Is that solving our problems? No, it's not. So how about we talk about things that actually matter? Why don't we go into neighborhoods and actually create initiatives and programs to combat the narrative? Those are the things I would love to talk about, but we never get to have those conversations because, we get lost in MAGA. We get, right? When people say MAGA, right? This is the question that I ask. When people say make America great again, the question that I ask that nobody seems to answer is, when was America great for everyone? You want to make America great again? When was America great for everyone? And I can never get an answer to that. And then you go down into a rabbit hole and then you lose LTC holders. We need the numbers. The 100 people that were here today, the 200 people that were here today is not enough. It's not enough. That's the reality.
So also in this live, though, you said that we need to be supporting candidates who support 2A, right?
Yes and no. What I said is we need to hold politicians accountable. I already know how some candidates are going to vote. Everybody says, oh, Democratic candidates, they vote anti-gun. But then I asked the question, how do we change the behavior of Democratic candidates, Democratic politicians? Who can change that behavior? The answer is Democratic voters. So that should be your target audience. If you're a 2A member, Democratic voters. How do you get people who are Democrat and have a license to carry? How do you get them to hold their local politician accountable? So that way that Democrat politician doesn't vote anti-gun because they know if they vote some anti-gun shit, they're going to be out of office.
But what about the fact that they've convinced probably the majority, if not almost all of their voters, that guns are bad and that we don't want the Second Amendment?
I would disagree with that. I would push on that. What I would say to that is that people that are pro-gun are choosing between the lesser of two evils. They don't see a better option. If you've got your top 5 options and you're a Black woman and you've got to pick between being pro-gun and being pro your choice to your body, right? They're always going to pick their body first. I want the rights to my own body. I want my rights to this. I want education. I want this and that. So when you're forcing people into making, well, I've got this bag of crap to eat or that bad, people pick the lesser of two evils. And time and experience has shown us that they're not going to go the 2A route, and they're not going to give the 2A for everything else. So how do we make it easier for them to join the fight? Because I know personally plenty of people who are Democratic, who are liberals, who are whatever you want to call them, and they go to the range regularly. They hold licenses. They got licenses. They own a bunch of guns. They go shoot. But they still vote against the interest. Why? Because they think it's the lesser of two evils. And then if they got 5 top competing priorities, they're not choosing the gun for the other 4. And that's where we lose people. We've got to be more moderate. We've got to be in a place where we can compromise. And we're not in a place in compromise. What we got is total gun bans and constitutional carry.
But if you compromise with evil, you're still working with the devil.
Well, that would
we all got to make compromises, or we just take the L.
Why?
What do you mean?
Why should we compromise with people who don't respect the Constitution?
Well, I don't necessarily see it that black and white. So somebody who had no opinion on guns, right? They lose their child at a school incident. You know what I'm talking about, and now they're anti-gun. Is that parent evil?
I'm not saying that
Okay,
the voters are evil.
yeah, so people can be anti-gun and not be evil. So that statement of, oh, you guys were just evil, we got to dig into the nuances. And that's why we don't, as a two-way community, we don't dig into the nuances and say, okay, where can we convince people to go this way versus that way? We just do a blanket brush, and then we lose 20,000 people, where we might still lose people, but we might keep 5. And that 5 may make a difference in a district. You may not win the whole state, but now you've got a representative in that district that's not 100% bad. That's why you have a rating, right? Goal has a rating of politicians that are pro 2A. They get a rating from A to F. So why don't we change some of these Fs to Ds and E's and B's? Why can't we find a way to compromise? Because if the position is someone who lost their kid, a child who watched their classmate get blasted in the classroom, and along with 5 others, we're now defining that kid as evil, is that rational? Is it unreasonable for that child to see their best friend get taken away from them in a violent way? Is it unreasonable for them to have negative feelings about firearms? It's not. So we've got to get into the weeds. We've got to get into the nuances and then say, yes, I can acknowledge how you can have a negative feeling about this. 2 things can be true. You can have a negative feeling about this and X, Y, Z. I just want to get my bottle of water. Give me 1 second. So, what do you have to say to that statement I just said? That anti-gunners are not blanket evil, and the example I just gave. What do you have to say to that?
I mean, I don't think that I implied that anti-gunners are evil. I'm saying you are suggesting that we find some way to compromise with all of these Democratic politicians. And don't get me wrong, because I don't believe in either side. I'm a Republican at this point because I think that Massachusetts is so far left that we need to go right in order to get into the middle. But at the same time, we have a Democratic majority leading the country. So, I mean, as far as legislation goes, so when we compromise with them, I mean, there's no way to compromise. They want to take our guns. This is a global agenda. This is not just this country. This is not just this state. They want to disarm the people so that the people have no defense. So I just don't understand how you think that it's possible to compromise with them, and why you wouldn't even consider looking into the candidates who are already pro 2A. Like, why try to compromise with the ones who are like fiercely against it instead of trying to compromise on other issues with the ones who are for it?
Okay. Well, I'm not recommending
like you suggest we compromise with the Democrats. Why not compromise with the Republicans?
Well,
on the other issues.
Can they compromise? That's a valid. So 2 things. One, I don't want to live in a world where I don't believe we can compromise. Because if there's no compromise, then it's total war forever. And I don't want to live in an America where people can't come to a compromise when they have differing opinions. That's not the America that I fought for and I believe in. So I would like to believe that we can disagree on a topic and we both can walk away with something that we're both happy with. So the same way the same way I'm talking about, right, compromising with Democrats, and now you're bringing compromising with Republicans. You're saying the same message that I'm saying. right? Because it's completely turned off on the extreme. So then my question is, what are the Republicans willing to compromise on? A main issue. Well, I'll give you a very specific example. A lot of my Black female friends say that they feel, and it's not that it's a reality, they have to choose between the rights to their body or their rights to firearms. And when they have to pick between the two, they always pick the rights to their own body. That is not something you have to agree with. That is a reality that exists. What do you say to those people? What are Republicans willing to compromise to change that woman's mind? Because she's pro-gun, she has a license, she owns multiple firearms, but she rather chooses the party that gives her the rights to her body than her rights to her firearms. So how are Republicans going to compromise with that woman?
Because the Republicans did compromise. They, instead of making it a nationally recognized right, they left it up to the states. So you can choose to live where the legislators are pro abortion to the point where you are happy with it, or you can choose to live somewhere where abortion is not allowed if there's states that don't allow it. If it's up to the states, that's their compromise.
Well, I would say that
the Democrats just want to make it a federal law that abortion is legal. And I honestly don't think that the majority of people agree with that.
The majority of which people?
The majority of people in general. I mean, American people, I guess, because that's what we're talking about. But I mean,
well, there are literally millions of women who are fighting for their rights back, and people that are pro-choice don't view the repeal of Roe and Wade. They don't view that as a compromise. They view that as going back.
But they haven't really lost any rights, though.
Yes, they have. There's been
all that happened was it went back to the states deciding.
And people that are pro-choice view that as a loss. And there's already cases to the Supreme Court right now. Some lady already died, and then her case is going through the system, and they're using her as a what do you call it? As a martyr.
Precedent.
Yeah. It's president. So that's already so I would disagree with that. That's a compromise. That's appeal. But those are the realities that's happening. So that's why I'm asking, where are Republicans willing to compromise? You tell me the repeal of Roe versus Wade is a compromise, and I disagree with that. That's not a compromise. That's a lot of rights.
What would be the compromise, though? If leaving it up to the states is not the compromise to making it a federal law, then what would be the compromise?
I can say the same thing to gun owners. Well, if you don't like the gun laws in Massachusetts, stop going to rallies, move to New Hampshire, move to Rhode Island, move to Texas.
Well, right, but I mean,
that's a poor argument. The average American makes $45K a year. Inflation is killing them. They're in debt. They got student debt. They got a bunch of kids telling them to get up and move for one issue, which could change at any point. And then what? We're gonna keep moving based on one issue? I don't think that's a viable solution. To tell people to just move to a different state based on whether they agree with that or not. Then
if it's that important to them, I mean, there's also other factors that play into it, because the culture that we have, that we are in 2024, is a hookup culture. We promote, we encourage, we glorify single mothers and independent women that don't need men. We don't put any emphasis on marriage. We don't value marriage at all. We glorify independent women. We don't put any emphasis on family, and that's a huge problem. And the reason why abortions happen, because people are having frivolous, promiscuous sex, and no family.
Okay, I think there's a lot.
I mean, maybe if we did a better job at promoting the nuclear family, promoting men staying with the family, raising children better and keeping them somehow away from drugs and away from jail and away from the streets, or instilling core values in them to not abandon your family, in our children, period, not just men. It goes both ways, but we don't do that. We don't ever talk about family. We don't promote family. We glorify single parenthood. We glorify independent women. And that's a major problem when you're talking about that issue.
When you say we, who are you referring to? When you say we,
like the culture, the media, social media, celebrities, politicians.
Okay.
It's part of our culture to glorify independent women and to glorify not needing a man.
Okay. So yeah, so I would say there's some truth to that. Yeah, absolutely. We can promote the nuclear family. I agree with that. But how do you convince someone that that's a compromise? Like where does the compromise come from? So yes, I agree. We should promote wholesome families. We shouldn't promote, families being born out of wedlock. You should have a kid with someone that loves and you.
Right. And then we also have a huge problem with the sex ed in schools. I don't know if you have children. I don't know if you do, if they're in schools. I homeschool my children mainly because of the curriculums in schools. They are teaching 3-year-olds about gender identity, gender ideology. They're going to be teaching 5-year-olds about masturbation, 8-year-olds about consent. Planned Parenthood is actually a writer and co-sponsor of the sex ed curriculums in schools. So, do you see how that could be a conflict of interest? They promote sex in schools. They build curiosity at extremely young ages where it should be considered illegal for the teachers to even be talking to children that young about these things. And they promote these things. Planned Parenthood is a sponsor. Planned Parenthood profits off of abortions. Pharmaceutical companies profit off of abortions. Of course, the government, the media, the pharmaceutical companies, the healthcare industry, all of them profit hugely off of abortions. So why wouldn't they want everybody to want abortions? Right?
No. I was just letting you flesh out your thoughts.
So it's like when somebody's motivated by money, it's very dangerous. Money, the love of money is the root of all evil. So these people aren't supporting abortion and pushing abortion because they want women to have freedom over their bodies. Because first of all, it's not your body. That is a whole other body that you shouldn't make the decision on whether or not that life should end or not. Right? It's a separate body. It's not yours. So it's a psyop. It's manipulation. It's making us think that they're doing something for our benefit or for our health when really it's for their profit. They profit off of abortions, and they actually use aborted fetal cells in pharmaceutical drugs.
Okay.
They make tens and hundreds of thousands of dollars off of those aborted fetuses. And that's why they want them so bad. And that's why they promote it so bad. I mean, in Massachusetts, I don't know if you've seen the signs and the billboards all over the place. Maura Healey and the Department of Public Health have a campaign going on right now. There's commercials, there's billboards, there's everything saying avoid anti-abortion clinics. Why are they spending taxpayer money telling people not to go to pregnancy centers? Because somebody at a pregnancy center might actually talk somebody out of an abortion. And I mean, no offense, but I think it's pretty safe to assume you've never had an abortion. I have. Okay. I can tell you from my experience, from the experience of many women that I know, nobody's ever happy after having an abortion. Okay. It's not an easy decision to make. It's not anything that anybody's ever proud of, even though they might try to act like they're proud of it. It's not. It's a disgusting, horrible feeling. So if this is not about women's health, this is not about women having control over their bodies. It's about the profit for the pharmaceutical companies, the politicians, the celebrities, all of it. It's all about money.
So what do you tell the women that do believe that it's about their bodies, and what's the compromise solution that you're proposing to them? So some of the things you are saying are true, even though people can disagree on a few things or not, but that's cool. But what's the like if you could write the bill of the compromise of people that feel that they have to choose between rights to their body and the rights to a firearm, what is the proposed bill? What would be the compromise that you would tell these women? What is the solution where you say, hey, if you do X, Y, and Z, you'll get X, Y, and Z, and this is the compromise? What's the proposal that's being made to women that disagree and say, well, it's not another human body, it's my own body, yada yada? Like, we're not going down the rabbit hole. I'm only echoing what women have told me, right? So I think that conversation is best for women to have and to figure out.
Mm-hmm.
But what? So you talked about compromising with Republicans. What would be the ideal compromise? If you could write the bill and the proposal, why would you tell those women that feel that they got to choose between the right of their body and their gun, and they choose their body? What's the proposal that you would present to give them to get them to choose the firearm?
I have no idea, because I believe that the Republicans did make the compromise, leaving it up to the states. I don't think that there's any other place to go from there.
I think a lot of people would disagree. That's not a compromise, but you don't know. So that's maybe something.
Right.
That's something to
that's
about.
That's the dangerous part about everything. And getting back to the 2A conversation is that people are so vastly manipulated by the people that are in office, Democrats and Republicans alike, because there's tons of Republicans that are pro-abortion and anti-2A also that are in elected office. So they work hand in hand with each other. And it's about money. At the end of the day, it's all about money. And they manipulate everybody into believing whatever narrative it is they need them to believe. So if they want to make you think that killing your child is a good thing, they're going to make you think that killing your child is a good thing. If they want to make you think that giving up the right to protect yourself is a good thing, they're going to make you think that it's a good thing. If they want to, we don't know what goes on and how the media is controlled, from the top, the people who own it, right? So when we hear stories in the media about school shootings, about violence in the streets, about mass murders, stuff like that, whatever gun violence is happening, there could be false flags, there could be setups, there could be fake situations. We've seen it throughout history, where you find out years later that an incident that happened wasn't even real people. It was an agent that was sent in.
You're talking about paid actors pretending things happen?
Yeah. So there's agents that are doing these things. So when we think that this crazy mass murder happened in a movie theater or in a church, it was actually an agent. So people did die, but it wasn't some crazy person that lost their mind, or it wasn't a gun owner. It was somebody who was put to the job to do it, So you're saying that you believe that people are paid agents that are paid to kill innocent people to promote and push an agenda? Sometimes. I don't know. I'm not there. You know what I mean? I don't know
who's
paid and where.
Because that when I hear that statement, that reminds me of the guy. Who's the guy that had his own channel and he's being sued out the yin yang by the parents? What's his name? Is this Alex something? Where he's
Jones.
Yeah, Alex Jones. So that's what I'm thinking. Are you more towards that Alex Jones thing where everyone's paid actors?
I've never watched Alex Jones. I don't know anything about him.
Well, he's made similar things, so I didn't know if and stuff.
I mean, if you're talking about conspiracy theories,
Like
a conspiracy theory is only a theory until it's proven to be true. So,
well, I would like to believe that the government is not paying secret agents to kill people, to move innocent people, to promote a specific agenda. And if there is any evidence, I would love to hear it and see presented. But usually,
Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, JFK, who killed them?
I mean, I don't think those are conspiracy theories. I think it's pretty clear who.
But who killed them?
White government.
Right. So you think that?
But that's
you think that they killed those people, but you don't think they're capable of killing any other people?
I don't think that they're not capable. I don't think they're saying, yo, Agent X, go shoot up the school and we need to make an anti-gun bill. So I need you to, wipe out 10, 15 kids. And that way now we can get the
no. So maybe it didn't go down like that. Maybe it was Agent X, 18-year-old, go make friends with this 17-year-old, get in his head, manipulate him into thinking that he needs to go commit a mass murder, and then he does it.
I
watched this.
I'm not personally buying that, but I guess it's a possibility. But I'm not. I just think that people are.
There was a thing in this documentary that I watched about the life of Angela Davis. And they said, in part of the documentary that, when they were at all of these like rallies and marches and protests and all that, there were more agents in the crowd than there were activists.
But how do you identify who's an agent and not an agent? Like, how are you tracking? How you verify to make the statement? How are you verifying? Like, when I hear that statement, I'm like, okay, I'm sure they have some undercover people there, but how are you verifying someone is an agent?
We can't.
So where's the story? Who's making the story?
Listen, we could never crack the case. Okay, we can never figure it out. I'm just saying that certain situations happen, and whether those situations are planted or real or not, the media plays a part in what they promote and what they don't. Okay, and the media plays up things that we are supposed to react to.
Yes, both sides.
I mean, we don't know how many Black men have died being nailed on by a police officer other than George Floyd. This could have happened millions of times, but we only heard about it happening.
It has. Our community has been saying it for a long time, and now it's finally being documented.
Well, right, but why was George Floyd the one case that made everybody go crazy? It's because the media pushed it. Because the media pushed it for that reaction.
It's about the compassion. You literally watch a man get out for 10 minutes.
People don't give a fuck. I'm sorry. People don't care.
By the millions.
Listen.
I disagree.
My friend Sean Nelson, who was with me today. He was with me today. Me and him ran for Boston City Council last year. Okay. Big, tall, black guy. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. I remember him.
So we were protesting Michelle Wu, the mayor of Boston, in 2022, and he was, saying things in a megaphone. We were at a public park. Michelle Wu was having a coffee hour. There were a whole bunch of people, city employees, all kinds of people in the park. And Sean got tackled to the ground, face in the dirt, was under 5 Boston police officers, screaming like for help, like that he's hurt, like he can't breathe, all of that. And at least 100 people in that park, all Democrats, all Michelle Wu supporters, all Black Lives Matter people, just turned around and walked the other way while a black man is on the ground under a bunch of police officers. They do not give a shit. until the media and the politicians tell them to give a shit.
Who is they don't give a shit? Because I give a shit all the time.
People in general.
I think you can say people are getting, what's the word, desensitized by seeing these things over and over again. But I think people do care, and that's why they show up by the millions, and that's why they march.
I mean, there were at least 100 people in the park that day, and nobody cared that there was a black man tackled to the ground under police officers. There were plenty of black people there. There were plenty of Latino.
Did you guys file a FOIA request to get the body cam footage? Did you guys
we live stream everything that we do, so we have plenty of footage of the entire event. It's been all over the internet. It's been in newspapers. People have talked about it. I mean, it happened 2 years ago. He got arrested and charged with disturbing the peace and resisting arrest, and he's still being prosecuted 2 years later. Nobody cares.
Send me that video when you get a chance. I'd like to think about it. But let's bring this back to the two-way because we went.
So what I was saying was they promote particular stories to advance their agenda and their narrative. So when they want to push an anti-two-way bill, there's going to be a mass shooting somewhere. There's going to be some gun violence somewhere that they're going to promote, whether it's real or fake or orchestrated or whatever. Doesn't really matter. They're going to find a story and they're going to push it out there to get in our heads and make us think, oh no, we need to get rid of guns. Like our safety's on the line. That's what they do.
Okay, yeah, I think
they manipulate us. So the thing is, like you're talking about compromising, trying to figure out a way to compromise with the Democrats because they're the ones that are in office here. I'm saying why don't we want to compromise with the Republicans when they already are pro-2A?
So let me clarify. I'm not talking about compromising with Democrats. I'm talking about LTC holders. I want the people. Let me choose my words carefully. I want people that claim that they are pro-2A and they're all for that. I want them to meet the needs of LTC holders because those are your customers. Those are we're not trying to convince people that's completely out the park. To that person as an LTC holder, that is your mission, is to get that person on the same page. Yes, there are people on the edges, on the extreme that you'll never convince. I'm not talking about these people. I'm talking about everybody in the middle. If we're all in the mindset of we can't compromise, then we've already lost. Because we're outfunded, we're out organized, we're out motivated. We've already lost. I refuse to accept the fact that we're saying that we can't get the other 80% to show up. I do believe we can get the other 80% to show up, but we have to have unity. We have to be unified in a vision of what we think is right, and then we don't have that as the two-way community. We argue and bicker about every little thing, training, this and that. So until we get that unity, we're not going to make progress. So I'm not worried about black politicians. I'm worried about black, brown, Latino, whoever, the demographic of the people that's not showing up. That's your base. That's your fan base. That's your customer. What are you doing to compromise with them so that they will then turn around and hold their local politicians accountable?
What are you doing? Did you bring anybody to the rally with you today?
Yeah. A lot of the black and brown people were students and people that I personally know, and then they watch my stuff. So I bring people to rallies all the time. Most of the black instructors in Boston are certified by me. And then I train thousands of people. I live the two-way every day. So I am doing my part. I'm protecting and growing the two-way rally. I tried to send a message today. The message wasn't received, so I'm gonna move to a place where I can give my message and do the movement that's moving. Because when I go to these rallies, the conversations that I'm talking about don't get had. So I try to bring that conversation. They clearly the event organizers clearly made it clear that wasn't the place to go. So we're gonna go somewhere else. We're gonna have our own place. But now we're divided, and then we lost that opportunity to connect. We lost the opportunity to connect. You didn't have to agree with me, but they should have let people hear a different perspective. And I had people message me. I stayed after the whole event. I had a whole group of people come up and talk to me, and we discussed things and stuff. We didn't agree on everything, but we had a conversation. And then people messaged me on Instagram, and now we're here on YouTube. This is something that should happen in the public forum. If you want to come and speak, because this event wasn't led by any organization, right? It was for the people, by the people, apparently. But now I got to ask the question of what types of people, because certain types of people and viewpoints were not appreciated. So who's the we the people are you referring to? Because when everybody tried to show up, everybody's voice was not allowed.
So what would you say if somebody was at the rally wearing a Kamala Harris shirt, and then one of the speakers was like, "You shouldn't be wearing that here. It's divisive"?
I would give them the same advice.
You would agree?
Yes, I would say it's a single party issue. Do not bring any other politics that is not two-way. I don't care if you're Kamala, if you're Trump, if you're the new guy, Waltz, whatever it is. Do not bring anything that is not related to the gun. Do not bring about it. Now, if you want to talk about a specific policy, let's say Kamala says, "Hey, we're gonna ban every single gun in the world." Now that's related. Kamala filed. She tried to do executive action 1, 2, 3.
They say it all the time.
So okay, good. So talk about that specific instance. But when
the Democrats say all the time that they're going to ban assault weapons.
Okay, we know that. And why does that happen? Because you guys are not engaging their voters. They're still in office. Why? Because you guys, when I say you guys, I mean two-way leadership. They're not capturing the participation and votes of LTC holders. These are the people you should. That's your party. That's your group, LTC holders. So if you're not engaging them, then you lost. It's game over.
So I mean, does anybody do any kind of outreach to people?
I do. Yes, I do. I know people in my community who do outreach and stuff, but for the major organizations, we don't get support. And that's why we talk about investing in the resources in our neighborhood. All these pro-2-way organizations that are big, well, why don't you build a center somewhere? Why don't you build the range? Why don't you buy a shooting trailer so that way people in this community can safely train? You guys, two-way leaders love to point out, well, these are Democrat-led cities. Well, what are you doing about that? Because that's a target audience that you could be capturing, but you're not. And then you just want to go do it the way you've been doing it, and it's not working out. I just got to turn my air conditioner on. I'm like freaking dying of heat here. So my message is all about the people. How are you engaging the people? Who's your people? LTC holders. If LTC holders don't feel like their voice is being heard and feel safe and seen and stuff like that, then you get the results that you get. How's it working out? That's your target audience. If you are a two-way leader, if you are a two-way organization and you claim to be a leader and protector and grower of the thing, how can you be missing out half of your population? What business does that? And that's why we're losing. We are losing because we are not catering to our customer. Customers, just like you say, people spend millions of dollars to influence people's ideas and thoughts and stuff. All the things you said about the government. Why aren't we doing that? Why aren't we in the places that need the Second Amendment training and education and resources the most? How come 2A leaders and organizations are not doing that?
I don't know, because I actually was trying to have a 2A rally last year while I was campaigning for city council, me and Sean, and we were trying to plan something with Nolan.
I know,
yep, I know. Nolan?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, and I don't even remember what happened. He ended up like not being available or just like flaking out. And I've invited him to many. I mean, I don't want to like put him on a spot or anything, but this is one particular person that I have been in contact with, and because I'm not, you know, a firearms person, I'm not an instructor, I'm not any of that. So, you know, I'm like an all issues type of person. I'm an activist, right? So whatever issues I agree with, I try to network and connect people with each other and work on myself if I can. And so when I came across 617 Defense, I was like, great. I didn't even know that there was a firearms like training place in Boston, never mind down the street from where I live. So me and Sean went and we took his course and we talked with him, and we were supposed to be setting up a rally right in the middle on the corner of Blue Hill Ave and Dudley Street. And then it just never happened. And then any time that I ever invited him anywhere, I invited him so many places, meetings, rallies, protests, whatever, and he just never came to anything.
Okay.
So
Cool. Let's use that as an example. He never came to anything. So as a business owner, as a leader of an organization, right? You got to ask yourself why. Why is my target audience not coming in? What's the messaging that my company is putting out? Am I targeting the right person? So we got to hold that self accountability. And then that's why I'm grateful that I'm also a business person, because I'm always thinking about the concept of how can I make this a great experience for my customer? Because if I don't get customers to come in, I'm out of business. I close down. So I gotta be doing something right. So we gotta ask ourselves, why are the people that we want to come into our business, into our organization, is not coming? What type of flyers are you using? What's the messaging? What's your program? Maybe that person didn't align with your views. Let me ask you a question. What did your table have something about a political person or whatever? Did your table have some type of stuff on there? Like MAGA or Trump or something like that?
no, I mean there was a Trump flag behind on the wall.
But
Blackset is a nonprofit 501c3, so we don't like endorse candidates as Blackset. You know what I mean? Like it's all just about whatever the issues are.
okay. All right.
But
Let me ask you a question. You said that the organization was started by Candace Owens, right?
yeah.
Okay. Are you aware that a lot of people in the community thinks that Candace Owens is a particular type of animal?
That Candace Owens what?
Is a particular type of animal. Black, four-legged, long tail, rack.
What?
I'm trying not to get demonetized by YouTube. I'm trying not to say words. It looks like a cat. It starts with rack. The other half, don't say the doodle. The other half. What do you call Uncle Tom? So a nastier version of Uncle Tom. So for a lot of people, they don't accept.
So, I mean, I've heard that an Uncle Tom is a good thing. So
most people
like
don't.
It's a compliment.
Most people
don't use it as it's not.
Well, yes, that's what I'm saying. Most people don't. It's not used in a compliment thing, but most people think that Candace Owens is a certain type of black girl. So maybe that would turn someone off and not think. I'll use myself as an example, right? I don't think so. I'll just speak my thoughts. I speak for myself. I don't think Candace Owens represents the black community. I think Candace Owens represents because I think she
is she not black?
Not all skin folk are kinfolk. Are you familiar with that phrase?
Oh yeah, like Kamala Harris, Barack Obama.
Sure, you can have your opinions on that, but for a large percentage of the black community, they don't look at Candace Owens as one of us. So that's something that would,
even though she like very visibly is black. But go on.
by character and actions. Some people will call her a sellout.
Okay.
And so I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but you've got to understand those nuances, right? So if I'm Black and I think Candace Owens is a sellout, I'm not gonna want to do work with your organization. So you got to understand your target audience. Are you targeting the right types of people? If you want to target all Blacks or specific type of Blacks or whatever, then you've got to understand your target audience and get your messaging right. So I don't know why that person didn't show up, but there's a lot of competing views of what type of person of Candace Owens is, and it doesn't matter which side of the argument you're on. All that matters is that you have to understand the nuances. You got to understand the nuances so you can move in the best way fit to your organization's mission. And then so you got to find where you're wanted and stuff. I don't know what the mission statement is for your organization. You can inbox me the website link and
but that's the thing, is that I'm not really interested in like finding where we're wanted, because that's like, again, being in an echo chamber. I don't want to talk to just people who agree with us. I want to talk to and find an understanding with people who disagree with us, with people who don't see it to be a problem, where, sorry that I'm going to go back to it, but I think it's like 400, the ratio of abortion to live births in Black women in America is 474 abortions to every 1,000 live births. Okay. Abortion is the biggest killer of Black Americans. Planned Parenthood was founded by a woman who wanted to eliminate the Black race.
Okay.
So
how we
that's a huge issue for Candace Owens, is abortion. So if Candace Owens is a sellout because she wants to stop killing Black babies, and then somebody like Kamala Harris or any other Black politician, that Ayanna Pressley, they want to continue to kill Black babies because like they get paid to say that, that's not a sellout. I'm
trying to be neutral
because right? I feel like a sellout is like somebody who does something bad for money. Somebody who turns their back on people.
And people think Candace Owens is. So you don't have to agree with those people. You just got to understand the nuances. That's all I'm.
Right, but I don't want to though. That's the thing. I want to have conversations like this with them and say, why, like what I just said to you. We would think that Candace Owens is a sellout because she's pro-2A, she's pro-life, anti-abortion. But we think somebody like Ayanna Pressley is some kind of a hero and somebody to be glorified because she's anti-gun and she's pro-abortion.
Okay, and that line.
But why would we not think that the person who wants to take away our right to defend ourselves and promote killing our babies, how is that not the sellout?
And the point that I'm saying is that last paragraph you just said, that is triggering to a lot of people, and that turns a lot of people off. So, so these are the things you got to understand. Then people will ask, well, what's your ethnicity? Why is the white person promoting this and that? So these nuances are important to understand, so that way we can figure out the best strategy to get the outcome that we want. So that's my focus. What is the outcome that we want? And is the strategy we're implementing getting the desired outcome? So what is the mission statement for your organization? What is it that you're trying to achieve?
Blexit has 4 pillars, like 4 areas of interest where they try to educate and build conversation on and build community around. The 4 pillars are school choice, promoting the nuclear family, promoting and advocating for free enterprise and entrepreneurship, and mobilizing people to stand up for themselves and to know their rights.
Okay, so off the face, that sounds good.
Right.
Okay, cool. So where does the two-way, right? Because we're focused on the two-way. So where does the two-way come in one of those 4 pillars?
I could actually probably make an argument for all of them, because mobilizing people to know their rights, 2A is included there, right? Mobilizing people to stand up for their rights, advocating for 2A, and understand their rights. Because if you don't know your rights, you don't have any.
Okay.
Right.
So you want people to understand. What's the desired outcome that you want with these 4 pillars?
To get people to understand what's really going on and stop being manipulated by the people in power that are controlling them and literally getting them to believe that good is bad and bad is good.
Okay, that's very vague. I mean, okay, I guess. I mean,
It is.
Fine, but I need concrete things. Like my goal is like I want more people to be licensed. That's something you can measure, you can articulate, you can think and stuff like that. So, okay, cool. If that's what the organization is about, that's cool. But let's bring it back to the 2A. How? Right. I want to protect and grow the Second Amendment. How can I do that with Blexit? Because I don't want to get into the weeds of Kendall Owens politics and this and that. Like I want to focus the way. How can we work together?
So with Blexit, I mean, what we did today was we set up a table. We had all kinds of like free stuff to give away, pins with like 2A messages on them, stickers, posters, all kinds of 2A stuff, right? We're able to get at no cost all of these materials to be able to give away for free to promote the messaging, right? And then we're having a follow-up event on September 7th at Blexit. Blexit is hosting another event, kind of like a town hall meeting style type thing, where we can talk about some of the things we talked about today. We could talk about the bill, and we can talk about what people can do next to put pressure on their politicians locally. So that's something that we can do with the help of Blexit. I'm
sorry. I truly apologize. Can you just repeat what you just said? I was looking at some comment. I didn't realize that somebody
so today you're saying like how is Blexit helping like this mission of
because I'm hyper focused on the 2A.
So today we had a table that the people at the rally seemed to love. Everybody was over at our table getting free pins and posters and stickers and all kinds of things, pocket constitutions that we get for free from Blexit to be able to give out to people, right? With all of the 2A messaging on them. And then, so that's one thing, we go to all kinds of events all over the place. We go to city events with all kinds of messaging for the values that, Blexit holds. This sign behind me is one of them, Build Back Biblical. And then in 2 weeks on September 7th, we're having a follow-up event to this. We're having a meeting in Roxbury where it's going to be like a town hall style thing where we can actually have like a group conversation about the bill and about what's going on in Massachusetts and how people can mobilize locally and put pressure on their politicians locally.
Okay.
What to do next.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I think that's.
Are you familiar with Dick Heller?
No, I'm not.
Washington, D.C. versus Heller, that case?
No. Let me put that in notes. Give me a quick synopsis and I'll do that. I'll put that in my notes to do.
I really don't know. I'm going to look it up right now because it's just like.
What's the name again?
Washington, D.C. v. Heller.
Washington, D.C.
So it is, it says it was a 2008 Supreme Court case that established the individual right to own firearms for self-defense in the home. This case was decided with a 5-4 vote. It was the first Supreme Court case to explore the meaning of the Second Amendment since United States v. Miller in 1939. So, huge case, apparently. So, at our meeting on September 7th, Dick Heller is going to be there. So he can talk about his case and he can talk about the Second Amendment. And he actually lives in DC. So he's, I think, fighting a different kind of beast there.
Okay, that's good. That's good. I think that's a good event. How to put pressure on your local politicians so that they can have more pro 2A stance. I think that's a fantastic. I think that's a fantastic and much needed service. And in the focus of the 2A, that's where I would like to focus. I don't want to play into Candace Owens' personality and how the blacks view her and this like that. I think we should be mission focused and driven. So if this event is about how to get local gun owners to put pressure on their politicians to have a stance that represents their values and opinions, then I think that's a fantastic event. And I think we should just narrow it to that. So that way we don't get into conversations of what do we think about Candace Owens' character and her standing in the Black community, which people have varying degrees on. So focusing in that path.
I do think that that's a big part of the conversation that sometimes needs to happen, because when we refuse,
conversation needs to happen.
Things about these not politicians. She's not a politician, but politicians and influential type people or activists, I guess, or people in the media who have stances on things. And people just refuse to listen to those people because they have some preconceived notion of who that person is based on what the Democrats are telling them.
Okay.
People think things about Candace Owens because Candace Owens speaks against the people that they're listening to.
And some people think
she disagrees with them. And they're listening to those people because those are the people that hold the most power right now. Those are the people that are able to be in their face with their messaging.
And some people
that's what they're hearing.
And some people have opinions on people based on what they hear them say. People's Press Media, you said you were going to show up. And
that's me.
Also, People's Press Media. Okay. G Webs, you said you wanted to come on. I guess you were in the background, but you didn't want to cam up. That's fine. You can come up without the camera. That's fine. I was thinking about that, and I think some people, yeah, it's fine. If you want to come up without the cam, that's fine. Whoever is G Webs, I don't know who you are, or if you're still watching. G Webs, if you want to come in without the cam, that's fine. Not a problem. Yeah, I'm not sure who you are, but G Webs, if you want to come up, that's fine. So, okay. So you're the People's Press. Okay. So you want to come up. Okay, cool. Yeah, we talked about a lot of crazy stuff in our conversation. But my main thing is I just want to focus on guns, because the minute I don't focus on guns, then we deteriorate. I have my own personal opinions about Candace Owens. They're not very high, but if she's promoting on how to get local gun owners to hold their local politicians accountable, that's great. We agree on that. There might be 100 things that I disagree with Candace Owens on, but if
I don't think there are.
I think there's a lot, but if there is something that we agree on, then great. I would love to attend that event. If you could send me the link and things about that event, about how to hold local politicians accountable when it comes to the 2A, that's something we can work and partner with. There's a lot of things I'm not thrilled about Candace Owens, and I don't care to have that conversation. I only care about how to promote the 2A. So if that's the way we can promote the 2A, then great. Let me learn that and let me be out. The minute Candace Owens starts her rhetoric and all that crap, I'm out. I'm out.
Candace Owens won't be there.
Yeah, we're nobodies to.
I don't know what her rhetoric. I don't know what rhetoric you're referring
I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. I just want to talk about
Mhm.
two-way. I don't want to go into politics and stuff. We can have a different conversation. So I have a Safely Honest Gun Show where we do talk about guns, politics, and the quality of life. If we wanted to have a topic conversation about Black people that the Black community thinks highly of and not think highly of, that's cool. But today's specific conversation is about the two-way. So I don't want to discuss Candace Owens' character or my personal opinions on her. I just want to know, how can I partner with you to protect and grow the Second Amendment? So if you got some type of event on that, great, cool. Let's keep it cordial. Let's focus on what we agree on, and
Right.
and then we leave the rest.
And I feel like that's a good way to be, and people should be that way when people are wearing MAGA hats.
No, because people don't show up. That's why.
I don't think the MAGA hats is why people are not showing up.
Okay, you may not think that, but that's the reality. That's what people tell me.
Yeah, I've heard that too.
I get flack. I get so much flack for dealing with pro-gun people because the only thing we agree on is guns. And yes, MAGA hats, fucking Confederate flags, and all these things, they turn people off. That is a reality. Whether you agree with that or not, that is a reality you can't escape, and that's why people aren't showing up. It may that not be. Is that all the reasons? No, sure. I'm sure there's other reasons, but that is the main one, and you can't escape that reality. And you guys, two-way leaders. When I say you guys, I'm talking about two-way leaders and two-way organizations. If you want to ignore that fact, go ahead and if you want to, but enjoy the results. Don't complain. But that is an absolute result. And I'll speak for myself. I don't want to be anywhere on a personal level where anybody got a MAGA hat, where anybody got a Confederate flag, where anybody got anything that ain't got to do with the two-way. Personally, I don't want to be there in my personal life. Now, professionally, can I work and network and get shit done? Yes. It's about business. We got to get shit done. We got to protect and grow the two-way. I'm cool with that. But as far as personally hanging out, I'm not cool with that. And I'm not the only one. There's a lot of people that have that sentiment, but not everyone is open-minded to deal with people that disagree with. I work with people that I disagree with every single day of my life, but most people don't have that mindset. So the reality is, if they disagree with you, they just leave you alone. And that's what happened today when we have 100, 200 people.
But so, I mean, if somebody is supporting a candidate because they're a one issue voter and that one issue is 2A. So in this case, that candidate would be Donald Trump because he's the only candidate who's pro 2A. You don't want anything to do with those people?
No. Whoa. Hello? Did you hear that?
Speaking of agents.
Okay, G Webs, that's you. I don't know what that was. G Webs, I just muted your mic. If you just want to double check your mic and make sure everything's plugged in. I don't know if you're trying to talk or whatever, but
is that any better?
Yeah, you sounded like Decepticons there a few minutes ago.
I know where my mic is crapping out on me. Was it better now?
Yeah. Now we can hear you clearly, but before it was
right on.
crazy.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
So if I could say something about the you were talking about the messaging or whatever. I was listening. I've been doing this for a while as well, and trying to understand, why we're having the round and round, why we have these cycles. They only have a limited playbook, and if you sit around for a while and watch the anti-right side, they only throw about 12 things at us, right? Oh, we need gun-free zones, we need red flags. Every once in a while they come out with a new one, but essentially they're throwing the same stuff at us. So why are we not winning, right? Why can't we out strategize these people that are kind of casually against us? They're not even putting a lot of effort into it for the most part. Sure, they have a lot of resources on their side, but it's also because we don't, like you're trying to suggest here, we haven't evaluated our messaging. So what color shirts does the Moms Demand wear?
Isn't it like yellow or something like that, or red or something? And then I know the DC group had blue. They had an aqua blue to combat the moms.
Sure.
I think it's
But
red.
what I'm asking is the Moms Demand. They've pretty much taken the red shirts, right? You know that
Yeah,
if they're going to have testimonials, they're going to show up with the red shirts. So I'm going to ask, would it be wise for gun owners to show up with red shirts to testimonials to make it look like the Moms Demand have a lot more people there? Or do we wear different color shirts because we understand that Moms Demand wear red shirts?
I would say one, we don't try to copy anybody. We authentically come up with something, and we have our own designs.
Right, but for strategy and for tactics, we realize that if the enemy is wearing red, we're not going to wear the same color to confuse the people who are onlookers to think that we're somehow in sympathy or that we're part of them, right? We know these and we don't wear red. So for people that don't understand this, like I say, I've been doing this for a while. There are people that if you walk into a gun shop, they'll see an American flag and they'll feel like they're threatened or triggered or whatever they want to say. And they'll have discussions where they have that opinion. And guess what? In a free country, you get to deal with people having these different opinions. So when I found out that people can be triggered by things that seem ordinary, I started to realize that guess what? Not everybody has the same life experience as I do. Not everybody has the same perception of items as I do. And if you've been brainwashed, if you've been propaganda, whatever you want to suggest that Trump hats are the bad thing, then yeah, Trump hats are going to give you trauma. So you can make a decision that I'm going to wear something that traumatizes people, or you can realize it's just a hat and I can wear it when I want to, but I can also not wear it strategically, tactically, when it's effective. And I think all that you're trying to say, if I understand it, is that if we thought about this, we don't have to send out mixed messaging. We can be there for guns, period. And we don't have to bring everything else to the table. We can have all these other opinions and we can leave those all at home and hope that everyone does the same. And we can be here to talk about guns. And in this case, the Second Amendment, really.
That's exactly what I'm saying. That was well put.
Thank you, because it sounds like people are concerned that you're saying Trump is bad or don't wear your Trump hat or whatever. You know, we're using the red hat because it's an easy thing to talk about, or I didn't see enough Trump hats for you to be talking about this. You were talking to, in general, not the people in the rally. And I think that's where a lot of this back and forth in the comments in this particular chat are confused about that. Like, you didn't go out there and start yelling at people for wearing Trump hats, and the microphone wasn't taken from you because you were talking about Trump hats. It was taken from you, and that's what I wanted to find out about. Thank you for doing this, first off, because now we know the fourth portion that you didn't get to finish. And I was wondering what the shovel was all about. And it sounds like you went to Home Depot, intentionally to get that shovel, and they didn't even let you bring up that point, which was going to kind of bring it all around again. But so my question was, I watched the rally from the feed that was live, and because I'm a Tucson, I'm not in the rally or at the rally or anything. I saw the number of people that were there, and I could hear, because the people that were heckling you were right around the microphone, the camera that I was watching from. There couldn't have been 5 people heckling you. So from your perspective, was it how many people were really giving? Because essentially, when you started talking about the Confederate flag the second time, because I've gone back and watched it now, when you said the Confederate flag the second time, somebody got all mad and said, "I'm not going to take down my Confederate flag." And then that lady started yelling at you, just saying something. It's hard to say. I don't know if you could hear what she was saying, but she was saying something illegible, whatever. You couldn't hear it but you could tell she was yelling something. And it was just distracting you. And obviously you chose the words and not incorrectly, I guess, to, in the spur of the moment, so told her shut up. Then I think what anybody could only hear the microphone. So everybody heard you tell a lady to shut up. And then they all got all of a sudden their ears perked up. And that's where it seems like it all got real messy. And like, I think I agree with you, the people who ran that thing were not paying attention. They were letting hecklers run the show. So my question is, how many of those hecklers were there? Was it like 3? Because it sounded like maybe 5.
Yeah, I don't think there was more than 5. And the hecklers weren't really bothering me. Like I could deal with hecklers, like they weren't throwing me off. But yeah, it was a small minority. There were parts of my speech where people were clapping. People were like, yeah, and then they were going and stuff like that. So
the first two times you suggested taking off your Trump hat and turning off the, what did you say, the Trump hat, the MAGA hat, the Trump sign, and the Confederate flag. The first two times, everybody in the audience was clapping. Like, yeah, good point. Like, thanks for bringing that up. And then like I say, by that, my concern was I didn't get to see the people who were heckling, but it sounded like just a few people. I want to know that they were there, that they were actually in the audience, or they weren't agent provocateurs, like they weren't planted, or they weren't just trying to create a soundbite. Because, I mean, like I say, you talked for 6 minutes or something before that happened, and people were cheering you. And there was a lot of people in Boston Common. I don't know nothing about Boston except that was a big area, and everybody was hiding underneath the trees because it was hot out, and people were cheering you from the distance until you said Confederate flag, like the third time or something. And then that guy said, I'm not taking down my Confederate flag, or something like that. And then that lady started heckling you. And I'm assuming they were standing next to each other because it sounded like that from the clips. But I want to know that they didn't just grab on that and turn it into something that, and I don't know. That's why, and I know that's kind of tinfoil hat, but
yeah.
you know,
So
we all know that there was somebody in that audience that was agents, right? And I want to know that they weren't the ones poking.
I guess so. So yeah, there was one lady in particular. A couple of people said things, and then they're like, "Yeah, they should be here. We're not stopping them." Yeah, and then I was using that as like material. I'm like, "Yeah, they should be here, but they're not. Why is that? Yes, you're not stopping them, but yet they're not showing up." So I was using that material to push it forward, and I would have continued my speech, and as people heard, right, they would have noticed that like I'm obviously pro 2A. I'm here standing, and I think the speech could have continued, and there would have been no issue, and then people would have seen how I circled the loop and closed everything together. And for the people that say I don't care, people understand this, right? People, and that's the thing. I know it's intentional. These people that wear the MAGA hats, that wear these whatever political hat, they know it's triggering. They're not slow. They're not stupid. They're highly intelligent. And that's why they wear it. So when they do it, it's intentional. And then what I'm saying is, if you're gonna be pro 2A, you are going against your desired outcome. If your desired outcome is to fill the lawn of Boston Common with all the Boston LTC holders, you are going against that desired outcome. And then if you
just don't understand how supporting the candidate who is pro 2A.
Support whoever you want. Do you have to wear a banner that you know triggers other people when you go around other people, when you want other people to show up, and you're saying, why don't more people show up? Sorry to interrupt, but what are we talking about here? We're not talking about, he's not suggesting you don't support your candidate. He's saying that when we're sitting in a crowd and half the people are wearing things that trigger the people that aren't there, and you ask, literally people are asking in the live feed and people are asking in this live feed, answer the question, how come the people aren't showing up? Ask them why they're not showing up. He's trying to tell you the reason they're not showing up is because they're triggered by something as simple as a hat. And if you don't understand the messaging, he's telling you don't have to understand the messaging.
I mean,
but the reality is that it triggers them.
I was asking that in the comments. I was saying, ask them why they don't show up, not the people that
he's telling you. He doesn't have to ask because he knows from life experience, from understanding why they're, and it is the triggering of something as simple as a hat.
And those
from life experience. I mean, what I'm saying is, if we're there,
what's the benefit of wearing the MAGA hat at a pro 2A rally?
Because that is going to vote for Trump anyway. Candidate.
We're all going to vote for Trump, right? What's the point of wearing it so we all can say, yeah, we're doing it? When we know, when he's telling you, you're saying, ask them why they're not there. Well, because they're not there because of the Trump hats. So if you quit wearing the Trump hats and everybody shows up.
I mean, who says they don't go because of Trump hats? I wear a Trump hat.
I am saying that. I am saying I'm representing my community. I have a large following. I'm an instructor. the black and brown community, ma'am, that lives in Boston. I live in Boston. I grew up in Boston. I train people from Boston. And I am telling you that the community does not feel comfortable. The community thinks there's a lot of underlying messaging when it comes to different things. And if we're here to grow the two-way, it doesn't bring any benefit to bring outside politics outside of guns. There's no benefit. There is only negative. So if you hear what I'm saying and you don't care, just say you don't care, but don't act like you don't understand what we're saying. Who's the people? Black people. All the black people that don't like Trump and that are pro-gun. That's who we're talking about. Who's saying that? I'm saying that. I'm an instructor who has taught thousands of people of all races, creeds, color, religion, and I'm telling you that that is an issue. So if you didn't know, to all the people in the chat, if you didn't know, now you know. What are you going to do about it? And if you don't care, just say it. And if you don't care about your customer, then why the hell would your customer show up to your event? If you don't care that I don't want you to wear that hat and you say, well, I'm going to do whatever, then cool. Then be there by yourself. Have that business open and that restaurant has nobody in it.
So you also don't think that there should have been political candidates there speaking either?
I think we should be focused on the two-way and be a one-issue movement. That is my messaging. The minute you bring other shit in, it divides people. Like MAGA hats. I am personally turned off by MAGA hats, and I don't want to be friends with people that wear MAGA hats. But every single day I train people. I have people in my class every single day. I never tell them to take their MAGA hats off because that's not the place. We're just talking about firearm safety. Now when we're in the context of working together and protecting and growing the two-way, then I have that conversation. But I don't tell people in my classes what to wear. I just talk about firearm safety. But you know what does happen? That black person will come up to me and be like, yo, did you see that dude with that Confederate flag in his truck? He's like, yo, that's crazy. Y'all don't get those. So go ahead. Sorry,
I have two things. The first one was like, I don't understand how you could be talking about an issue or support an issue when the issue is the politics. The politics are the issue. We lose guns, it's because of politicians. We keep guns, it's because of politicians. So if people aren't supporting Trump, we should probably be having a conversation with them about why they're not supporting Trump if they do care about 2A. And then also, like, are you having a rally?
He spoke at a rally. He took off time work.
I've been at every rally since.
No, but I'm saying, why don't you have your own rally where you can make it a rule? Like, you know, please don't wear any political gear. Don't bring any type of like Trump gear or anything like that. Where did he say
it's a rule? Where did he say it's a rule? People said, why aren't people here? And he offered a suggestion as to why aren't people here and an actionable way to address that. He never said don't.
But I'm saying,
do you see where the conversation is going? Instead of saying we acknowledge that, we care, and we hear what you're saying, go hold your own rally.
Yeah, so let's separate each other and let's go do two.
No, but that's what I'm saying. It doesn't need to be a separation.
What? Like, of course it is, ma'am. If people don't want to show up because you got other stuff that politically turns people up, why would they show up?
No, but that's what I'm saying. You hold a rally.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Would you go to a rally where every person had a Black Lives Matter shirt on?
Yes, I have actually.
And they were all pro-gun. Oh, and I would tell you, and most people who are on the other side would not show up.
I actually
acknowledge that 99% of gun owners.
Most people wouldn't.
Funny story. Like, I literally have.
Okay, but you understand that most gun owners, for that example, are not going to be comfortable there. They're not going to understand that. They're not going to go.
We're talking about the masses, right? Most people don't have.
If 2A is this important to you, then maybe we should be having other conversations with people, like stop being so sensitive, stop worrying about what people are wearing, and worry about our rights being at risk.
Okay, so let's have that conversation. How about you care about your audience? How about you care that people don't want to deal with what they believe is racism? Let's have that conversation now.
Have the conversation. Where is the racism?
People think Trump is racist. There
Where?
you go. everywhere, man. People, even if it's not
Are you
racist,
going to fight that at a rally? You don't acknowledge that that's a perception that people can have. Like, you suggest that your perception of Trump is the perception that everyone has of Trump. Like, there's going to be other perception. Who cares? Who really cares? There's other. You acknowledge that other
who
people
cares about the Second Amendment, who wants the Second Amendment candidate to win.
man,
You can take it off the table by not putting on a Trump hat, by not bringing Trump to the rally. You take it off the table. That's what we're trying to
Trump is
suggest.
so anti-civil liberty. If Trump had his way, we would have bombed fucking Mexico. We would be in war with Mexico right now.
There were no wars during Trump's presidency.
We don't all agree. We understand we don't all agree.
Trump,
We're talking about
to get soldiers to shoot protesters in the fucking kneecaps. Are you kidding me? These are his own generals.
Go watch. You don't know what you're talking about, sir.
We're all getting different messaging, so we all have different opinions on the man and what he would or did do.
His own generals and his own war cabinet came out in interviews talking about they had to talk down Trump out of not bombing Mexico. If you don't know about that yet, man, do your research. You know, when you told me something, what did I do? I took down notes. So if you don't know, that's okay. You don't know what you don't know. Trump wanted to bomb Mexico.
Did he?
Yes, he did. Go look.
Did he bomb Mexico?
He wanted to, and people.
Who did he bomb?
You asked why Trump is perceived as racist. He's trying to explain it to you.
In the kneecaps.
You're just challenging.
It doesn't even have to do with race. It doesn't even have to do. It's the logical thing. Should we go to war with our second highest trader?
Did you hear Donald Trump say that he wanted to bomb Mexico?
Are you calling his general a liar?
You're getting into you're both getting off into a tangent here, and there's no way that someone is going to have a right answer.
And this is what happens. You go into this
because you don't want to support the candidate that supports 2A.
No, he never said not to support the candidate. He said that since there are people who don't support the candidate, by not bringing the candidate to the table, by not wearing the MAGA hat, you leave that at home and you talk about 2A. You're suggesting that you have to wear a MAGA hat and you have to bring those Trump issues to the table because you don't perceive or you don't acknowledge that other people can have issues with Trump, it seems like. But he's only trying to suggest, and I'm trying to suggest, that if you take the hat off and leave that at home, you can have all the opinions you want at Trump and you can support him all you want. Do you really want to go to a 2A rally and also make it a Trump rally? Or can you allow it to be a 2A rally?
I would like it for a rally where we support candidates who support 2A. But that's why I'm saying, why not plan?
There's more issues than the
2A. So what's the solution here? How can we move forward?
There is a solution.
Why not plan? Why not organize another rally where people will show up?
Okay, then.
Because it's not being organized by Trump supporters.
And there we go. You have your own rally. We have yours. We're gonna stay divided, and then we got.
Why is it your own rally? It's just another rally. It's not your own rally and their own rally. It's do another rally. Ask on the flyer, please don't wear any political apparel.
Sorry. I think we have. We're all saying the same thing. You're saying let's do another rally, not go do your own rally. There's a difference, right? We're saying let's do another rally.
I'll go in on it with you. Lexi will be a sponsor. Let's do another rally.
Right.
That's not the. That's fine if other people want to do rallies. That's not the way I want to do things. I have other things that I'm focusing on. I'm literally creating gun owners. I'm literally helping gun owners not go to jail. So I've got other things to do. At some point, will I hold a rally? Yes, but holding a rally every month. I've been to too many rallies. So personally for me, I'm good. That's not on my agenda. In the near future, do I want to hold a rally at some point? Absolutely. Is that on my agenda right now? No. My phone is ringing all the time. I've got classes. I've got people booked. I've got to grow the Second Amendment, and my phone is off the hook. And I've got the good problem of I've got too much business right now, so I don't have.
So maybe don't complain about somebody's efforts if you're not gonna put in the same efforts.
Nobody's complaining about anything.
I'm putting. Man, I do more for the 2A than most people, man. So don't let's not go there. All right.
There was no complaining. He was offering a suggestion that
there's complaining that people were wearing MAGA hats.
It's not
a complaint. There was a suggestion that if you leave the MAGA hat at home, then it takes that issue off the table.
Don't change it. Keep it. No,
this guy won't be triggered.
And then it's you don't gotta worry about me, man. You gotta convince me, man. You ain't got to convince me. You ain't got to worry about me. Worry
not
about
trying to
the
convince you
masses.
of
He's
anything.
trying to give you a
Worry about the masses. Don't worry
insight
about
on
me.
a lot of other people.
But that's the thing. They don't want to change. So enjoy the results. Enjoy the rally of 100, 200 people. Enjoy your rights being overnight. You don't want to change the strategy to get your desired outcome. So enjoy. Wear the hat. Wear the hat.
Change the strategy. Hold another rally.
Ma'am, people aren't going to do that.
Hold a rally for the people that didn't show up today because they're triggered by MAGA hats.
People ain't going to do that, man.
That's demeaning, and it is either intentionally or it's a demeaning statement to suggest.
Why is that demeaning?
This is why I tell people in the
Twitch. It takes a lot of time to try to explain to you what we've been trying to explain.
They understand. They understand. They're not
You're
dumb.
suggesting that you don't understand. I
She
agree.
is not dumb. She understands 100% what you're saying. These people understand everything that you're saying. There is not a lack of comprehension. They are highly intelligent. What they're saying is, I don't want to do it. That's the statement. I don't want to do it. There is not a lack of comprehension. Highly intelligent. Everybody in the chat, everybody in the rally is highly intelligent. There's nobody stupid. They understand and they say, I don't want to do it. So my response to that is fine. Enjoy the results of your strategy. And I walk away.
There will be more rallies.
Do you say that to the people who are triggered by the MAGA hat too?
I tell that, ma'am, enjoy the outcomes. Enjoy your outcomes.
Do you say that to the people who are triggered by the MAGA hat?
Do I say
enjoy
what?
The outcome?
Enjoy.
Do you tell the people who are triggered by a MAGA hat, enjoy the outcome of letting your emotions get the best of you? We're going to lose the Second Amendment.
No, I don't. No, I don't, because I don't encourage my community to beg for a seat at any table they're not wanted. I don't tell my community to
nobody said that they're not wanted.
To go somewhere where your voice is not valued, where your voice is not heard, ma'am. No, I don't tell my community that, ma'am.
Where is their voice not valued?
Man, the organizers, the people that want my own party members, my own two-way community says, I don't give a damn about your opinion. I'm not willing to compromise. I'm not going to do that. No, man, I'm not going to tell my people to beg some white person to take their MAGA hat off.
How is that begging?
It is enjoy, man.
By not being bothered by what the person standing next to you is wearing is begging?
Enjoy. There's no argument to be had. If your response is, I'm not going to change, cool. I see where we stand and we keep it pushing. If that person holds another rally event, I won't be there. Cool, keep it pushing. Because I've got my ways to protect and grow the two-way. I can't do everything, right? I am one person in one city, and unfortunately, we got a hell of a battle in Massachusetts. I can't fight every problem in the two-way. So I just got to focus on what I can do as one person. Am I, Pierre Solomon Firearms Training, Overwatch Security, doing our part in protecting and growing the Second Amendment? The answer is yes. And I can go to sleep at night doing well. I create new gun owners every day. I create instructors. I help people build their skills. I protect citizens and their businesses. We provide armed security services for people who get victimized and all that stuff. I am doing my part. So if somebody wants to take another angle at solving the two-way problems, by all means, enjoy. Great. Knock yourself out. I ain't no hater. I'm not no hater. If that's the way you want to move, cool, enjoy. There is not one single solution to the two-way problem. So if you want to solve the two-way problem in another manner, great, enjoy. Knock yourself out. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm just here to inform you on how I'm willing to participate or not participate. And you either care about that opinion or you don't. And if you don't care, then cool, we keep it pushing. We agree where we agree. Where we disagree, we disagree. If you want to hold a rally on or an event on how to hold politicians accountable, great. If you tell me, hey Pierre, come to this rally where there's gonna be a bunch of MAGA and Confederate flags, I'll tell you, I'm all set. I'm good. Thank you, love. I appreciate that. Here's where we agree on, and then we can partner and work. Cool, let's work on that. Let's do great things. Where we disagree on, I respectfully part my ways, and I wish you the best in your endeavors. That's it. We're not begging for nothing. Black people are done begging white people, white government, racist, all that stuff to treat us equally as human beings.
Who's racist?
Okay, ma'am, I'm not gonna get into this with you. All right.
Do you think that the people wearing MAGA hats in the park are racist?
Some of them are.
MAGA hats. I wear a MAGA hat.
people. No one
I
no
wear a
one is
MAGA
making,
hat all around Boston, all around Dorchester, all around Roxbury.
no one is making the argument that all people believe in something, or all people are like that. No, ma'am, not all people that wear MAGA.
Just you.
There are people that are uninformed. There are people that watch Fox News and they don't see anything. I watch news from all the world. I watch news from everywhere around the world, from every
Obviously.
nation and country. But some people don't do that,
because
man.
it's all propaganda.
Well,
And you just regurgitate every single thing that they say.
Well, to answer your question, do I think all MAGA people that wear hats are racist? The answer is no, ma'am. I don't think all people of any category all believe. No one group is monolithic. Nobody agrees on everything. So the answer to your question is no, ma'am. I don't.
But it's more important to you that somebody is wearing a triggering MAGA hat than getting.
No, he was trying to open your eyes.
around
He
me.
wasn't trying to do anything but open your eyes.
Ma'am, here's my personal position.
You do care because that's your whole issue.
No,
No, it wasn't. It was one small element of 1 point of a 4-point topic.
No. I'm gonna make it very clear. I was speaking on behalf of a community. I was asking us to strategize on I was asking us to do what I thought was best for the 2A movement. Right? What may be best for a movement may not be the best thing for me as an individual. For an example, look at the Olympic Games. Oh, how come this Boston player didn't play? But did we win the gold? Yes. So when I'm a leader, right, I put the people and the mission before myself. I don't put my personal gain ahead of that. So now if you're asking me what my personal opinion is, then I separate it. As a leader, you've got to know to put your people first. So when I'm advocating for
your
group,
people,
yes, ma'am, the clear distinction, my people, yes, there's a specific group of people that was enslaved, ma'am. There's a specific group of people that was called the N-word, ma'am. There's a specific group of people where they had Jim Crow laws, ma'am. Yes, there has been a you people. It's not us. It's been very clear that we were made to be different, ma'am. It was very clear to be made.
No, we weren't made to be different. We were brainwashed into thinking we're different.
Yes, ma'am. And then we were the victims of that, ma'am. We were the victims of that, ma'am.
Right. Yeah, and you'll forever be a victim because that's the mindset you want to keep yourself in.
Ain't no racist white man in a white hood is ever going to burn.
When you stay in a victim mindset, you become your own oppressor.
I'm not in a victim mindset.
Look at how upset you're getting.
Why you personalize attacks at him?
And that's the thing. They get offended when you don't participate. I'm not telling you what hat to wear or not to wear. All I'm informing you is what I'm going to participate in or not. If you or that guy is holding a rally where there's MAGA flags and Confederates and all that shit, you have all the right to do that. I respectfully will not participate. I'm not in a victim mindset. Let some racist white dude try to burn a cross on my front yard. Let some guy try to hang a noose on my tree. Ain't nobody a victim here. And that's why I'm pro 2A, because I ain't never gonna be a victim. My people ain't never gonna be no victims again. So ain't nobody.
You are victimizing yourself by being so triggered by a hat.
I'm not a victim, ma'am. I'm not a victim. If people think I'm a victim, come on my property and do some racist shit and find out. Ma'am, nobody's a victim here. What I'm respectfully saying is I'm not participating. Go wear your hats, go wear your flags, go do whatever the hell you want to do. Respectfully, we're not participating. Enjoy your rally. That's what I'm saying.
Our rally.
No, ma'am. I'm not part of no rally that's not focused on the 2A.
So you want there to be like separate things.
Yes, I want a rally where we only focus about guns. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I want a rally where we
only focus about guns. Don't focus on the candidates who,
ma'am, go have another rally about that. Go have your own YouTube channel and talk about that. Well,
I'm just saying, like, where are all these people that you say would show up?
All these problems. There is 100 problems in the world. I am picking my hill to die on. The hill that I'm choosing to die on is the 2A.
But I'm saying, how do we engage? How do we engage these people that you say would show up if it weren't?
You don't engage them.
How do we engage those people? How do we get them to show up somewhere?
I just told you, and then your response is basically we don't care.
What do I do? What? Huh? What do we do? What are you doing?
You don't get to engage them.
What do you mean? You just told me. I suggested having another rally. You said no. So what can we do to engage those people who don't want to show up to MAGA hats?
Are you asking What are you talking about? Are you? What I'm
She's trying
saying
to
is,
do the circular
yeah,
thing.
she's playing games.
Going. Yeah.
She's playing games. So here's my personal opinion. I am only showing up to rallies that are focused on the Second Amendment. That's it. If this rally is about any other issue but the Second Amendment, I don't have the time, desire, or interest in it. Let somebody else solve that problem. I am only one person. I cannot solve a million problems. I am picking my hill to die on, and that's the Second Amendment. And then then there's a lot of solutions. There's a lot of solutions. If this solution does not fit my style, that's cool. I will let somebody who can galvanize those type of two-way owners, gun owners, go ahead, galvanize them and get them to vote. Cool. And I'll do my own thing. Enjoy. That's what I'm saying. Enjoy.
Okay,
and enjoy the fruits of your labor. That's all we're saying. There ain't no smoke. Y'all want to wear whatever y'all want in your rally? Cool. Ain't no smoke. Enjoy.
Well, not cool, because that's what started the whole thing with you being so upset.
What was upset?
Really. Taking the microphone probably is the thing that was annoying.
Not exercising my freedom of speech when everybody else had 20 minutes to talk, and then I got my mic taken away from me. That's what
Everybody
I was.
had 10
because
minutes
a
to
heckler.
talk. Everybody had
because a
10
heckler.
minutes to talk.
We have the video.
There was a heckler. You talked for 6 minutes before the microphone was taken.
To see how long one person went like 20 minutes about craziness, but we got the video. I'm not even going to argue right now. You can clearly see in the video how long people take and stuff like that. So I'm not going to argue.
You talked for 6 minutes and a heckler started heckling, and then
my whole speech either.
The people that ran the thing didn't know how to deal with it. They got flustered and they took your microphone instead of telling the heckler to shut up.
For all the people that are watching, understand this. These people understand. They understand. They don't care. They don't want to work for your vote and your participation.
Well, they don't represent the people in this group. Don't represent the people at that rally, because, like I say, I was listening to it, and in the first 6 minutes, you mentioned the Trump hat, the MAGA hat, the Trump signs, and the Confederate flag can indicate to some people, and people said, "Okay, thanks for the insight," essentially by clapping. And it wasn't until you brought it up maybe the third time before the instigators started to get the event staff flustered and brushed you off the stage. So I think you did a great job of bringing up points that were valid and that are useful to the people. Because if you pay attention to the live feeds, the people that were talking in the live feeds were asking questions like, why is there so much empty grass? And while some of the people took to the shade because it was hot out, there was empty grass because there was not a full park of people there. And anybody can blame whatever they want. You offered an explanation, and people either intentionally or unintentionally misunderstand your explanation and are taking a circular loop here to waste everybody's time to suggest that they don't understand your suggestion, which was, since things can be triggering, be aware of that, act strategically and tactfully, and change tactics going forward. And it has nothing to do with any of the stuff that's really been brought up in the last hour, really.
And that's why it's MAGA and not MAGA-E, Make America Great for Everyone. That rally is for a specific demographic, and that's why people don't show up, and they don't care. And this is just visual proof that people don't care to work for your vote and your participation. So if somebody doesn't care about how things trigger you and what you don't like, they don't care. They don't want your business. If I go to a business and I say, hey, I like barbecue sauce on this, and they say, hey, we don't do barbecue sauce, we do buffalo, you just don't go eat there. You go where they serve you the food that you want. So if you hear this messaging, you hear these organizations, and then you're telling them what you desire, and then they're telling you they don't care and they're not going to change, you are not their customer. And that's okay. You are not their customer. That's fine. They enjoy. Go get your customers. Not everything is for you. Not everything is for you, and that's okay. I go where I'm wanted, valued, and appreciated. And if this ain't the place, that's fine. If I got to hold my own rally, that's fine. If I got to build my own table to eat, that's fine. We are more than happy to do that. Cool. Ain't no smoke. Don't be mad. Don't be mad because we don't want to participate. That's all we're saying. We're not going to participate. Cool. Enjoy your outcomes. Get your 100 folks that came from bum hell nowhere to come to Boston, and the thousands of gun owners are still in their homes. Enjoy the 200, 100, 150 plus rallies. Enjoy it. Live your life. Do not spend your money at any business that does not value your opinions. Why would you do that? And if these people are saying they don't care about your opinions and what you want, that's not your place to be at. So find your people. I'm gonna be at my people. Don't worry about what we doing. Take
And it's
care
sad
of you.
because this has happened in Massachusetts, where, from what I understand, your legislator gets together every 72 hours because they're like full time and they're constantly throwing this stuff at you. And this stuff was all backdoored through bills that were already passed that were hollowed out, and all this stuff was thrown in there. Your last chance is to have a ballot initiative that's going to be successful, and you're at the mercy of what your attorney general to be able to even pen the thing in a way that is reasonable. And now your goal, your challenge is to get together as a community of gun owners and get 100,000 signatures so that you can match the 50,000 that are needed to essentially put it on another ballot initiative so that it can be voted on by the whole state. So even if you win this ability to get together and get the messaging out there to get it on the ballot initiative, you still have to do that again when it comes to the actual election, where it'll be for the whole state. And if y'all are going to be so dense as to not understand somebody who's trying to tell you why a sparse rally was not attended by a whole group of people, then how the hell are you ever going to get your signatures on those ballots? You can hope that gun shops are going to come to the rescue. They're super powerful. They're the backbone of our community. But if people are going to take their political and their other issues and pin them to 2A and not separate them, like Pierre keeps saying, enjoy your results. I don't want to be pessimistic. I'm very optimistic, but I understand the only people watching this are people that want to fight on the internet. And I'm saying this for the people that might listen to this in the future, and for you, because you took the time out of your life to go do this event, to go buy that shovel, and to come up with a speech that was going to really open people's eyes and kind of wrap around and bring unity. You didn't have a chance to do it. It's got to be frustrating as hell. So I appreciate your time. And then another 4 hours, and you get to handle this really well. It's a way it could have gone.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, I've been fighting this fight for a long time. So thank you. I appreciate that. And then
let's see. Can I just say to the trolls out there, you had a link out there. I mean, you have a link out there. At least this lady, I don't know what to say to be nice, but I think you're a troll, and you're circular and personal attacks. Yeah, I mean, you're either doing this intentionally or you seriously are just having fun. But you're attacking him.
The rally. I was a sponsor of the rally.
Well, I'll apologize if I'm wrong, but we've sitting here for an hour and you keep saying that.
I'm having a conversation.
Yeah, but you keep suggesting
that. Showing my face.
So you keep interrupting.
But I'm a troll.
Sure. So go ahead and call me a troll all you want. I don't care. But I appreciate
you called me a troll.
Yeah, I know. I am saying that you're troll-like, and I don't think that you're intentionally to help.
I put
sure,
my
people
name
that are desperate for fame are going to show their face, and they are going to do stunts in order to get fame. So I'm not sure what your priority is here.
Okay.
Sure. Well, keep interrupting me again. But again, these are tactics for people that want to stay on time, get time on the camera and do whatever, you're trying to accomplish. But I was talking to the other trolls out there that didn't take the opportunity to jump in. You gave them an opportunity, Pierre, to jump in, and instead they're just jumping out there on the keyboard. So it says a lot for the people that are actually here. So like I say, I'm thinking about the people that are going to watch this in the future and actually understand what you tried to offer. And I think that you've got people in Massachusetts that can, oh, please. A 4-part speech that took about 20 minutes to prepare to speak was a lot. And there was 4 decent points there to be made. And again, you have people in Massachusetts that will understand the nuance. Go ahead and keep interrupting.
And then those are our people. And then that's why I tell people, focus on people that you can agree and work with. I don't waste my time trying to convince people that disagree with me. If there's something we can commonly agree, life is short. Life is very short. I do not waste my time trying to convince people that don't share a common interest of compromise. And that's why you just got to move on. You just got to keep it moving. And that's why if that person ever goes to the rally again, I will not be there. And the people that already weren't there, they're not going to show up anyway. That's just one less person. And half the people that were there were my people that knew me, that showed up.
Were they?
They're like, oh yeah, It's like, oh, when you're at an event and then you can count the black people on your fingertips, ma'am, there's not enough. When you can say, of course there were black people there. There were 1, 2, 3. Oh,
I didn't say that there were enough black people.
No, I'm just giving a number. And then when most of the people are, yeah, that's my student, that's my instructor. Yep, I worked with them. Yes, ma'am. And then after this whole conversation, ma'am, I can see why Nolan didn't want to pick up the phone. If this is the type of conversation he was having, I wouldn't want to work with you either.
Nolan's a conservative, so this is not the type of conversation we're having.
And as long as he's not a sellout, he's not going to.
Nolan's a Trump supporter.
Cool.
So we don't have this type of conversation.
Well, ma'am, you didn't get the outcome that you wanted, so that and that's why we're results
the
based.
Outcome that I wanted. You offered for somebody to come on and talk about it.
I know, that's why we're having the conversation, because people need to understand and see these nuances. And then I've been saying the same thing for hours now. I'll work with you where I agree with you with, and I'll disagree where you want. But you wanted somebody to work with you, and you didn't get them to work with you. That's called not getting your desired outcome. So ask yourself why. Why somebody who agrees with you and holds the same position that you do.
What do you mean I wanted somebody to work with me and didn't get somebody?
Didn't you say you were trying to partner with him and then he didn't show up? You sent him a bunch of invitations to things and then he didn't participate?
But that's a completely, like, what does that have to do with this conversation right here?
This conversation is all about focusing on desired outcomes.
It's about you being mad that the gun people are not doing enough, correct?
I'm not mad. I'm not mad.
You're putting that connotation in order to either intentionally or unintentionally keep this going.
I just go where I'm wanted. Ain't nobody mad. We're not begging. Did I say, oh, please, let me think. What did I say? I said, sir, can I finish my speech, or are you going to take the mic with me? Do you want to hear what I got to say? And he says, no, we don't want to hear what you got to say. So what did I do? I gave that effer his mic. And I kept it pushing. I didn't beg nobody.
I was going to ask, but I didn't want to ask what he said when you asked him that. So I appreciate that. Thanks.
Yeah, he didn't want to hear shit I got to say. Everybody's talking about the First Amendment until you hear some shit you don't want to hear. And then tomorrow, next week, next month, they'll still be confused. The next rally, they'll still be confused. How come only 100 or 200 people show up? There's 50 million gun LTCs in here. How come only the same people show up? Enjoy the results. And that's
I want to suggest that you did say it. You did offer that section of your speech more. You said it more than once before those hecklers got the event staff all flustered. And I think that there are, again, people in Massachusetts that understood that. And I think we have the potential to see, the next, whatever the next thing is. It certainly won't be that promoter, but something will happen because you need these signatures. And when that happens, hopefully people take your advice into consideration.
Yeah, you just got to move. You just got to find your tribe. Move at the drum of your own beat. That's why I'm not here to convince nobody nothing. I share my opinion. I think it's a solution. You either want to partner and work with me on it or don't. And if you don't, that's cool. I just keep it pushing. I just keep it moving. We just go.
I follow people all over. Sorry to interrupt. I follow people all over the country, and I was curious. One of the reasons I was interested, I'm glad you did this and you spent so much time on this, is I was curious if you had heard some of these positions from others, or if it was coming from, like maybe NAGA or something. But it sounds like you organically, I'm going to say, for lack of a better word, like from grassroots, came up with the same situation or like situation report that I've heard from other parts of the country. So, and your solutions are essentially the same. Like, let's make this single topic and let's get it done. And unfortunately, this is the only time I've seen it hit with such weird resistance, because I don't know if it's intentional resistance or just.
It's intentional. It is intentional. They could have put the 2A first, but they put their hat first. So enjoy your hat.
Yeah, after 4 hours, I can't.
Enjoy your hat.
You brought the hat up.
2A, enjoy the hat. Ma'am,
you won't stop with the hat.
All I did was point out the realities of why the masses are not showing up. If you want the masses to show up,
so let's have another rally and get the masses to show up.
Who's we?
Go for it. Do it. Go for it.
I don't want to do a rally with those people.
The one who has a problem with people wearing MAGA hats.
Go make another rally. Do it.
I don't have All I'm saying is that ain't my space, and I'm gonna keep
That's
it
what I'm
posted.
saying. If I hold a rally, will you get people to show up? If
No,
there's not gonna be
he said- he said
magnet?
it's-
Now that we've had this personal conversation, I'm gonna ask you certain questions, and then if you don't meet the criteria I need, I will not show up to that rally. I only want to be at single issue rallies. That's all I want. And if it's not that, that's not the movement that I'm on. This is the message that I'm spreading. Single event rallies.
Okay, so what kind of numbers are gonna show up if there's no MAGA hats?
Ma'am, if I ever
How many showed up with the MAGA hats?
it'll be more than 150 people.
Maybe 300,
It'll be
3
more
to 500,
You think
More
only
than
300 people showed up today?
more,
I'm going to
more,
count.
more than
like
half
3
showed
to
up.
500 maybe.
More than half showed up.
But listen though, but the thing too also about Boston Common is that it's in a very awkward place. It's
Man,
not easy to get to. There's no parking.
But the
People
leader
don't
shows
like to go to Boston
I hear
Common.
that. And they said they didn't have like buses or anything. Sometimes they'll have like parking in a nearby gun shop and then offer
And it's
shuttle.
also in like the dead center of the park, so it's like far away from the street.
Man,
Yeah.
that's the leadership problem. They planted it, they picked their spot, and
No, but that's
Probably
what
did
I'm
it for
saying.
a photo
And that
op
was
or
the first thing that I said when I came on here was that I hate weekend rallies. I hate rallies in general because they don't do anything. It's just a social event. And I hate when people have the rallies in the Boston Common because nobody wants to go there, especially not people from Boston.
Well, I can understand that. I disagree on the rallies, though. Rallies are, well, one, they give us this
where people
opportunity.
show up. There's been plenty of other rallies where people show up. So
Hell yeah.
it's
There's
just that organization problem. It's
There's
that
been some
organization
productive
problem.
rallies. They can be
And
awesome.
then it just shows you they don't care about the 2A.
Like what kind of rallies where people show up?
Ma'am, do your research, ma'am.
Yeah,
because-
come on. There's been tons of
There's
successful
plenty of
rallies.
there's plenty of pro-black rallies that showed up. Google
Pro-black rallies.
Boston, and then
The ones that are run by the Democrats.
Ma'am, I
They
don't
get-
care. Democrats are gun owners. What does Democrats are gun owners? What you need
Because
what you need
those-
is Democrats to vote pro-gun. It doesn't matter what party it is. You need that Democrat to vote pro-gun.
Are you going to yell at a Democrat and make them vote pro-gun? Or are you going to explain to Democrats to hold
I
their
don't give a shit what the
politicians
party is.
accountable? You get
I don't know
their
what the party is.
constituents to change their minds.
Vote pro-gun.
I
That's
I
it.
just I
Vote
can't
pro-gun.
believe
I don't care what the party is.
I don't know why you guys think that you're going to talk a Democrat into going pro-gun.
Because it happens all the freaking time. Why don't you be more dense?
Democrats are already
Yeah.
pro-gun. They're just anti whatever. They rather take that pill than that one. So what does that say about
All
the
politicians do whatever they're told to do. So once you get their constituents to start telling them something, they do. So you can think that the Democrats have
You
already
think that
won,
Paul-
and it's all over, and that you got nothing to hope for. But that's wrong. You can definitely reach out to people who are Democrats and get Democrat politicians to change their opinions on Second Amendment. It's not a
not in
fixed issue.
Massachusetts.
You
Okay,
got-
not in Massachusetts yet. So what? Are you done because they
It's-
won?
it's
Because they've
comical that
already
you
made
guys
it
think that
difficult?
politicians-
Well, it's depressing that you are
It's
insistent
comical
that
that
it's
you
not
guys-
even worth putting attention into it.
Bro, they're going out of business. It's a business that don't cater to their customers. They're not staying in business. They're running out of business.
Yeah.
That's it.
Ooh.
The 2A community in Massachusetts, man. Y'all getting a run out in these
Right,
streets
because
like gunners.
because we keep Democrats in office.
Okay, well, ma'am, well, clearly you don't have the solution. Clearly your strategy is not getting Democrats out of office. Clearly y'all can't get voted in. If Democrats are in office, that means Republicans are not. And why ain't y'all getting voted in?
Because the Republican Party works hand in hand with the Democrat Party. It's a one-party state. The Republicans don't do any work to recruit candidates. We don't have Republican candidates to vote for.
Well, ma'am, that sounds like a Republican Party issue, and I hope y'all figured that
It
out.
sounds like a 2A issue to me.
No. Well, I would have to respectfully disagree with you, ma'am.
You just said that 2A is non-existent in Massachusetts. The gun people are going out of business, but
Y'all are losing. I was here in 2016. I was
y'all are losing.
Yes.
What do you keep doing that for? Yes. What do you think he's talking to?
No, the people that are not focused on the Second Amendment and are focused
Not
on
focused on the Second Amendment because they're focused on what somebody's wearing.
Oh my
Yes.
God,
Yes,
that's
ma'am.
a
Yes.
circular
Yes.
reasoning.
Yes, that's the reality. You don't have to like the reality, ma'am. It is what it is. I should have the right to walk anytime I want and be safe. But if you walk out in the middle of the night, there's a safety risk, ma'am. We're not talking about the ideal reality you desire. We're talking about the reality that we live in. You don't have to like it. You just have to accept it. And then adapt and overcome.
You don't have to accept anything that's unacceptable. I don't even know what you're saying.
Okay, ma'am. Well, here's something that's very clear. Yeah, I held a rally and nobody showed up. So congratulations. Figure out why.
You showed up.
Yes, and I never will again.
Okay.
For that event organizer. For that event organizer, I'll never show up. And
I don't even know that guy outside of this event.
And it's a shame because that's the whole instigation here is that guy, the organizer's poor ability to do it.
Well, I think that everybody was perfectly fine with
the whole thing was it was supposed to be nobody. It was supposed to be a event for people by the people, but clearly it's only some people.
No, not clearly. And I think that everybody was fine with your speech and cheering for you. And I think that people got aggravated with you because you told the woman to shut up.
Yes, Karens and the microaggressions and not letting people speak. Yes, I will always speak up to Karens. Yes, I will always exercise my First Amendment right and tell you to shut the hell up and let me give my speech.
I don't know where you were standing during it, but the microphone was really close to her, so we could hear her, and we could obviously hear you because you were on the speaker. But I'm assuming all those people underneath the trees only heard you on the speaker, so they probably didn't hear her at all. And all of a sudden heard you to tell her to shut up. So that had to look bad for a bunch of people.
And that's fine. And I will clean it up. And that's why I had this live. And that's why people who were interested, who were open-minded, who wanted to have conversation, those people showed up. They had conversations. We changed emails. We went out to eat afterwards, right? And then we didn't have, you don't have to agree on every topic. You just have to be passionate and be willing to compromise and find where you could work together. And that's what it was. We had the dinner and shit and whatever, and then we kept it moving. Did I convince everybody to have my position? No. We just said, hey, we both value the 2A. Let's work together and figure out how we can protect and grow it.
That's not what you're doing, though. You're not.
That's what I'm doing, ma'am. And that's just why they say that there's two, where we're living in two different Americas, ma'am. So just enjoy yours. That's fine. That's no problem. Well, I wish you well in everything that you do. If you're protecting and growing the 2A in your aspect, great. There's not one solution. There are many solutions, and just do your part. And if you're doing your part, then fantastic. Then I cheer you on. Do it the way you can. Some woman today came in and talked about the woman perspective and being, SA and stuff and keeping women safe. Great. I can't talk from that perspective. Everybody has to pitch it in their part. So if this is your way of doing your part and getting your demographic to do that, oh, great. And I'll target different demographics. That's okay. Many hands make light work. So if this is your sector of fire to handle, great. Enjoy that sector of fire and then enjoy. Cool. No problem. We good. No smoke. Can't be mad at people for not wanting to participate. You don't want to change, we don't participate. Enjoy. We don't get anything out of it, we don't participate. Enjoy. But I know when I hold my shit, when I got my shit, my shit we'll be good. We'll be good, though. I've been doing great. I'm doing great in business. Business is booming. I'm doing people know I'm passionate, and it's cool. I ain't got no problems. I'm living my best life. And nobody mad. People in the comments talking about, they're mad or whatever. What am I mad for? I'm living my dream every day. I'm instructing. I'm in the range. I'm teaching people. I'm licensing people. I help people. I guard people and protect them. I'm living my best life, man. I'm doing my part in the 2A. And then if there's another part that I'm not qualified to handle, then great. If you're the qualified person, cool. Go get those people. You round up your people, I round up my people, and hopefully we get some change. That's cool. But our participation is not free. So, great. Does anybody else want to show up? This guy free who's been commenting here. You wanna show up? Yeah, if you want me to read a comment or something, you can drop a super chat and I'll read this, but I'm not reading any of this. Put your money where your mouth is. If
Wow.
something to say. What, do you not believe in capitalism?
Yeah, capitalism's not cool.
That's capitalism.
Yes, ma'am. YouTube, this is a
Yeah.
job.
Telling
reason-
people they have to pay you to talk to you.
Yes, it's
People
called
who people who are giving you views and interaction with your video,
yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
requiring them to pay you to talk to you.
It's called super chat. Millions of channels use them. Yes.
New to the concept. It's a new thing YouTube's doing.
Are you not familiar? Are you not familiar with YouTube, or are you upset that I'm requesting it? Is it me or
No,
or
I mean, there's comments and you're just not going to read them because
Yeah,
they're not.
because he hasn't read any of them, but he's suggesting if you want them to be read, like so many live streamers do, as a regular thing. Yeah, I can't
do
imagine
you watch
you're
YouTube?
amazed by this.
Do you ever watch live streams and stuff?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
And
It's a way to challenge the trolls
my
who are
own live
essentially
streams also.
just trying to not add anything to the conversation and call them out. Looks like it's working.
Is there anybody else that wants to come up? The link is on the screen. Ma'am, is there any other viewpoint that you want to share? Is there anything you want to talk about? Do you have any questions for me or any comments on anything?
I mean, it sucks that you're not as passionate about 2A as you are about MAGA hats.
Now, I'm very passionate about the 2A. But everybody
But
has
not so passionate about 2A that you can overlook somebody's apparel.
that I compromise my values and my dignity and my self-worth.
Offer an opinion to you. Wow, that's
Your values, your dignity, and your self-worth are affected by what somebody's wearing.
I said, no.
why are you personalizing him when he offered a suggestion?
No, it's cool. Either way is fine. It's cool. We can do generalized or personal. No, it doesn't affect me because I don't allow it in my personal life, man. That's it. Today was a work event. I went to a work event to try to do something great. It didn't work out, and that's okay. And then I've left. I'm 34 years old. I never seen that person before, and I'm gonna spend another 34 years never seeing that person again. I am totally okay.
Right on. Good perspective.
It was a work event. I went to work. Cool.
It's like a bunch of people asking a consultant or a contractor how to do this job, and then when you tell them, they're like, "Oh no, I don't accept that answer."
And that's why I just say enjoy the results. Enjoy having mediocre rallies with 100 people, 150 people. Enjoy.
Well, the main thing is speaking to the
Well,
choir.
it's because it's a conservative issue. It's
choir.
because it's a conservative issue. The Democrat voters don't show up for conservative issues, and guns are a conservative issue. You could not hold a 2A rally and get more than a couple hundred people to show up.
You're wrong. Do you understand what happened in Washington D.C. in November of 2000?
No. In Massachusetts.
Yeah, okay. Do you know what happened in D.C. in November of 2019? The 2A rally.
No.
Okay, well then you don't know. You don't know examples of people bringing people together for 2A and not for any other topic, and how successful it can be.
I'm talking about Massachusetts in 2024.
I don't care.
Her argument is
That's
that
what I'm saying.
Other
In
examples of
Massachusetts,
exactly today. That's
in
ridiculous.
Massachusetts,
You
after
can't only take examples from today. There's only one event that happened today.
I'm not talking about Washington, D.C., and I'm not talking about 2019. I'm talking about in Massachusetts in 2024, this guy is not going to have a rally and have more than 300 people show up. That's not going to happen for 2A.
Who's this guy?
Yeah, he's
You.
not saying he's having a rally.
Bet.
I mean, I don't have anything to bet. I don't have anything to bet,
Mark
but
it,
I'm just
Mark
saying.
it. August 25th, 2024. Bet. Enjoy.
August 25th, 2024. What about?
Your statement. This guy's not going to have a 2A rally for more than 300 people. Bet.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Bet.
Okay.
Oh, that's crazy. I had more people in classes than I had in that rally, but you don't know.
Okay, but they're not going to show up to a rally though.
Okay, ma'am. Cool. Bet. Yo, y'all wild. Y'all fucking wild, bro. This is why the 2A community makes no progress. This is why. It's insane.
Because people are triggered by hats.
It's insane. It's insane, bro. Actually, no, it's not insane. It's actually very clear. It's actually very clear. It's not insane. I take that back. It's very clear. Like, and then that's why they got nothing to say when you say enjoy the results.
Right.
Enjoy the results.
Enjoy the results of what? I'm not
Of having
Intense.
a mediocre rally where nobody shows up from the city that you hold it in.
But you could not do any better. You
Yes, I
cannot hold a 2A rally in Massachusetts
My
and get
whole
more than
life,
300 to 500 people to show up.
man, my whole life I've been doing better than all my peers. Every single aspect
You
of life.
can't do it. You
I have
can't.
outcompeted my peers, man, and that's why I'm here
You
in life.
can't.
I have outcompeted my peers in
You
every
can't.
aspect in life. Enjoy, ma'am. I've
It's not.
outcompeted my peers in every aspect of life. Everything I've done, school, sports, military, gun training. I have outcompeted my peers at everything I do, ma'am.
All right.
Enjoy. Enjoy.
But this
Misery
but
needs
holding a rally would
Miss-
require other people to participate. You're not
Ma'am, I've
getting
got
more than
plenty-
a couple hundred
I've
people
got
to a
plenty of
2A
people
rally in
that
Massachusetts.
participate, ma'am. I've got plenty of people that participate in my 2A world. I've got thousands of people that participate in my
Okay,
2A
your
world.
2A world is not a rally. People
Okay,
don't show
cool.
up to 2A rallies.
If that's your strategy to grow in the 2A, have rallies. That's okay. That's not my
I
strategy.
don't like rallies. I don't have
Okay.
rallies.
You're trying to force me into a strategy that you use that's not great. If that's your strategy, cool. I use my strategy and we keep it moving.
Strategy for what? What are you talking about?
Protecting and growing the Second Amendment. You guys are doing a poor job.
It's not you guys.
The
I
leaders,
sponsored somebody
leaders.
else's effort. Somebody else did that, and I was there.
And how do you feel about
just
that
like you were?
And how do you feel about that investment, ma'am? Did you get a return on your investment? Do you feel like you got a return on your investment?
Yeah, it was fine. I met a lot of people, but
Okay,
I
great.
don't do my own rallies for the simple fact that it's the same people that come all the time, and
Great.
a rally doesn't do anything. I'd rather do a protest or a public direct action in front of a politician to their face, not be in a park on Saturday.
If that's your strategy, cool, enjoy it. I've got a different strategy. That's okay.
Okay. I mean,
But don't try to pull.
that whole conversation happened because you told me to like be happy with mediocre rallies, and I said,
Yeah, you're like, oh, you're not gonna bring nobody.
nobody's gonna do any better than a mediocre rally because we're in Massachusetts.
No, ma'am. There's plenty of gun owners in Massachusetts.
There's plenty of gun owners in Massachusetts, but they're not showing up to rallies.
Don't put that shit. No,
They
shit.
own guns, but they're not going to do shit to advocate for gun
I
rights.
can't figure out how to activate my base, and I can't get people to show up to my rallies. Not people don't show up. I can't get people to show up to my rallies. That's the appropriate statement. Take accountability. If you're a leader in this event, take accountability and say,
You can't get people to show up.
I cannot bring people to my events. That's the proper statement. And then you can do some reflection. Then you can say, why? Why can I get
It's
people to show up?
me.
What was my desired outcome? My desired outcome was to have 300 people come to the rally. I didn't have 300 people. Why? That's somebody who critically analyzes and thinks things, and they measure things, and they think about the messaging, and then they go back.
I
You know what?
didn't
Go
have a
back.
rally. It wasn't my rally. I
Okay, man.
participated in it.
Okay, and as did I.
You're the one that thinks that there could have been way more people there had there not been MAGA hats.
Yes,
But
ma'am.
you're not actually going to prove
There's-
that. You're
there's-
just going to say it, and that's it.
How do you mean? You got the data. There's tens of thousands of gun owners in Boston. What are you talking about?
It doesn't matter how many gun owners there are. The point is they're not going to
Right,
advocate for
activate
their
your
rights.
base. So
They're
okay.
not going to advocate for their rights.
So who's your customer base? Who's your customer base? If it's not gun owners with LTCs, who's your target audience? Like,
Me?
what are you talking about? How you like, oh, this is pro 2A, but I can't activate LTC owners. It doesn't matter.
You
kind of logic?
can't activate LTC owners. They're not going to show up.
No. Here's the appropriate statement. I don't know how to activate. That's the
No,
appropriate.
you don't know how to activate.
You
I'm
don't
not
know
a
how.
firearms person.
I have a whole
I'm an
business
activist.
activating the two-way. What are you talking
I'm the
about?
one that
Correcting
shows
you
up.
because you're incorrect. You're suggesting that
My
it can't be
entire
done. It
my
hasn't
entire
been
life-
done.
My entire life is based on
I'm
people.
saying that he is talking a lot of shit for somebody who probably could not do any better than what was done today.
Man, I've done
That's a ridiculous. That's a ridiculous stance to put it on.
Them.
You are jumping in here to have a conversation about his suggestions for the rally, and you continue to do this circular, intentional, again, because you're looking for FaceTime or whatever, suggestion that you think it's all focused on the hats. He did a 4-part speech, right?
And he was triggered.
He came on here because he was pulled off during the 3rd part of it. And one part of one part was the hats. And you won't stop talking about the hats. And then you said, you can't have a rally in Massachusetts. And he said, you don't know how to have a rally in Massachusetts. And now you're using your circular reasoning to say, well, I didn't have a rally. Well, he's not saying that. He's saying that when you're suggesting that there's no way to have a rally in Massachusetts, there's no way to have a rally in Massachusetts the dumbass old way that it's been done that nobody shows up to.
Right. So I suggested to do it your way. And get
Do it.
the
Go for it.
people to show up.
We're all happy about that.
I don't hold
Somebody should do it
rallies.
that way. I don't either, and neither does he. So quit telling him to do it.
I'm not the
telling
one
whoever
who
holds
I'm
rallies
fine
to
with
do
the
it.
turnout of today.
Well, you shouldn't be. Today's rally
Huh?
was not as good as it could have been. And it's sad that if you're going to take today's
That's not
rally.
true. That's not true. For Massachusetts, that is not true.
Okay,
People in Massachusetts are not interested
are not
in advocating for their
inclined
rights.
to show up for a rally. You're right.
Please prove
I
me
don't want
wrong.
to
I would
dismiss.
love to be proved wrong. People in Massachusetts are not interested in going out of their way or doing anything out of their
Haven't
regular
been,
schedule
because
to
the
advocate for their
hasn't
rights.
You're right. They haven't been because the messaging hasn't been there. And you're right that I don't want to discourage the amount of people that showed up. It was a decent sized rally, but it could have been a lot larger rally. And his suggestion is that if you look around, there was multi-story buildings with thousands and thousands of people and residents within walking distance of that rally. And by a few simple changes, those people would have been inclined to show up at the rally and participate.
I wonder what firearms people that were a part of organizing this rally, did anybody go around the Boston Common neighborhood where people actually live to
There's
knock
no way they could
doors
have.
or to hang
No way they could
flyers for the rally?
They did an extraordinary effort making a rally happen in a short amount of time for the people of Massachusetts who, as stated, you need the signatures. So you need to get together as a group of people. So I'm not going to diminish the effort that was made to get the promoters, but the promoters in phase 3 of Pierre's speech failed miserably and let a couple of hecklers who are probably either racist or agents heckle him and create a disturbance and take the microphone from him. Now, I don't know why you came on to talk about hats so much. Maybe it's because you idolize hats, or maybe it's because you don't understand what he's talking about, or maybe you just want to have FaceTime and you're just using this circular bullshit to keep fucking bringing up hats. But the real suggestion or the real speech was, as a consultant, as a business consultant, how to make the rally more effective. And the promoters could have listened to that and maybe have taken it into consideration for their next rally. But unfortunately, they took the microphone away from someone and alienated them, it sounds like, rightfully so. And they're now doomed to live with the results of that. And that's unfortunate. I don't think that means that Massachusetts is doomed. I hope that Goal or someone else will take up the baton or whatever and have many more rallies. You need to have these 100,000 signatures or else this stuff is going to happen. Your mayor or your governor is against you.
The signatures aren't going to do anything either.
Well, you can be pessimistic all you want, but there are ballot initiatives that have been successful in Oregon. You can roll your eyes and go, well, this isn't Oregon. But in Oregon, they had some heinous shit and ballot initiatives saved them.
Oregon.
No, it's not Oregon. So, unless you show me, I'm not going to get into it. You're just trying to get FaceTime. I appreciate, Pierre, your time, but I think you're being too gracious.
No, for the 7 years.
And that's what it is. There's plenty of it. her argument is that Democrats and mass can't organize events and come together, and there's plenty of examples of that.
I didn't say that at all. That's
Well,
all Democrats do. All Democrats do is organize and get large groups of people together.
So why can't y'all do it? So why can't y'all do the same for your own party and your own issues? Why can't you take a picture or beat them?
Just because gun rights are a conservative issue.
So how are you gonna
do
make
not
it
show up to
issue?
advocate for their rights?
How are you gonna make it a democratic issue? Gun rights is a gun right issue is for every LTC holder. That's the correct statement. Gun rights is an issue for every LTC holder. So what percentage of LTC holders are you targeting? That's the real question. Because there are plenty of Democrats that have LTCs and they're pro-gun. Why can't you activate them and get
Why
them
don't they show up?
to do? Ma'am, that was the first part of my question. You already know the answer to that. You don't want them there. That's why they don't show up.
I don't want them there.
The leaders of the organization did not want them there. Did you not
What
want
organization?
whoever held the rally today? I'm not mentioning
It
any.
wasn't an organization. It was one person.
An individual. They did not do what they needed to do.
That guy's racist or something.
Did I say that?
I don't know. You said
No, she can only put words in your mouth. That's the only reason she's here, is to act like she can't understand and put words in your
Have
mouth.
I ever made that statement? Did I ever
Never.
say he's racist?
You've never said you're upset. You've never
Alex,
told
in your
anybody not to
comments,
wear a
makes
hat.
good point. Alex makes a good point. Gun rights aren't for Dems that vote the right way while holding LTCs.
So don't try to put words in my mouth, okay? I'm very articulate. Don't come here and say, did I say something or not, ma'am? I can speak for myself. I never said that. So try again. Well, I think we've run this gauntlet to the ground several times.
5 hours. Well played.
I know.
I guess I will see you at that event that you're holding at when? September
7th.
September 7th. Well, I hope you fill that event spacing to the brim.
I didn't claim that I could.
Well,
because like I said, people don't show up conservative issues in Massachusetts.
Is that not your event? Is that not your event?
It is my event.
So take accountability for filling up the space. Simple. If you hold
People
an event,
don't show up for conservative
say I don't know
events in Massachusetts.
Say I don't know how to get people to show up. People show up, you don't know how to get them, and then just say that. And then once you acknowledge that, then you can go take a class. You can go learn from people that can fill up events. And they said, hey, how can I learn from you? What's a good strategy? How did you do that?
You're saying that you can get people to show up, but you are not going to prove it. I never said that I could get people to show up.
Okay.
This is get people to show up.
This is the statement.
You're the one that's saying you can get people to show up. So I said, why don't you have an event?
No, don't speak for me. Let me speak for myself. I get people to show up to the events that I want them to. And yes.
Oh, okay.
I get people to show up to the events that I want them to.
I'm sure you do.
Do I hold rallies? No, I don't.
In Swansea?
To the events that I have, people show up.
In Swansea?
Yes, ma'am. We're a 6-figure organization. Yes.
Oh, my bad.
Yes,
sorry.
people show up, ma'am. So the way I want people.
Sorry, mom on welfare over here. My bad.
That doesn't matter.
Didn't realize.
The two-way applies to everybody. Don't matter what economic status is. So I don't care if you're on welfare or if a millionaire. I want everybody to have equal access to the Second Amendment. I don't give a damn about your income.
Okay. I don't know why you just threw it in my face.
No, you just made a point.
You can get people to show up to events in Swansea.
No, you made a statement that I can't get
Swansea
people
like a rich suburb.
I don't know the economics of Swansea, but I would no, they're not a rich suburbs. No. So the answer to that is no, they're not a rich suburbs. No. They can't even get their water. The water out the pipes is fucking brown 90% of the time. So no, it's not a rich suburb, man. They can't even get their water together. So no. But yes, I get people to show up to the events that I set up, and I want them to. So yes. So like I said, go pay, go take a
So
class.
how would I keep up with your events? Do you have a website or something?
Yes, I do. www.solomonfirearmstraining.com. I have an entrepreneur business network where I teach people how to start and grow their own business. So if you'd like your organization and your initiatives to be successful, we teach the courses. They're $400 a pop, and we'll be happy to help you learn how to be successful at what you do.
Okay, cool.
And then there's plenty of other experts too. But if you want to work with me, I'll be happy to work with you. I treat all my students equally, and in my classes, politics don't matter. I only stay on the topic at hand, and I teach
Even
people
if
that.
I wear a MAGA hat?
Yes, ma'am, they do, because we're not here to talk politics in my class. It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant if they got a MAGA hat, a Trump shirt, Kamala. I don't give a damn. We're only here to talk about firearm safety, man. That's all we're here to talk about. If I had a company policy that I don't train people that disagree with me politically, I'd be out of business, man. So I care about my customer, and what my customer wants when they want to get to LTC, they want to learn how to be safe and responsible and avoid all the pitfalls of gun ownership. And that's what I teach them. We don't have a single conversation about politics outside of hold your local politicians accountable. The same message that I'm spreading here, I spread it in my class. Hold your local politicians accountable. Make sure they represent your ideals and values. We don't get into any rabbit hole of any other topics. Why? Because I've only got 5 hours, and then I feel that 5 hours of firearm safety. Politics is irrelevant. So you can wear any type of goddamn hat, shirt, color that you want. I don't give a damn. Are you safe with the firearm? Are you following my instruction? As long as you're doing that, then we're going to have a class. So yes, I do get people to show up to my events. Thank you. They usually sell out to maximum capacity, generally speaking. Any other
What
questions?
kind of events?
I mostly hold firearm safety courses, and they tend to fill up pretty fast.
Firearm safety courses.
Yes, I help regular citizens turn into law-abiding gun owners. Yes.
I know what a firearm safety course is.
Okay, great. So there shouldn't be any confusion. I'm not in the business of holding rallies. Some people are in the business of holding rallies. Some people are in the business of holding gun shows, and they have gun shows and that people show. That's their business.
Maybe don't criticize the size of the rally then, if that's not what.
I'm just saying why 80% are not showing up, man. I'm not criticizing. I just made out a point that that event organizer cannot.
An unfounded point.
Maybe don't take it as
not accurate.
criticizing. Maybe don't take it as criticizing when you hear something. You can actually hear something that you don't agree with, and it can actually go in one ear and out the other. You don't have to take it as a personal slight. Some kind of
constructive criticism. That's what it's called, constructive criticism.
You're not criticizing me. I haven't done anything.
He's not criticizing anybody. He's offering a suggestion. You're the one bringing up the word criticizing.
You keep saying the same thing. You keep saying the same thing. I didn't organize the event. We've already acknowledged that. I was only a sponsor. We already acknowledged that. You keep saying the same thing. We're in this big circle. No one is saying that you organize the event. You say you have an event on the 7th, and I said I hope you sell it out, and you didn't sound too confident that you'd be able to fill up the space, and I just wished you well.
Okay.
So I don't know why you keep saying the same thing.
Literally your occupation, and you're wishing her well.
Of course, we're all pro 2A. I think that she can target a demographic of the 2A population that I can't identify with and target, and that's okay. And there are people for that. For example, I don't speak Spanish.
Whose occupation?
So the Spanish instructors can capture a demographic of the 2A organization that I can't. I have Asian instructors that teach in Chinese. I can't capture that. So everybody has their niche, and that's okay. We're all working together to protect and grow the Second Amendment. That's okay. So if your target audience is this portion, great, enjoy. If your target audience was mostly white, older, and younger males that are conservative, then it was a success. But if I was holding a 2A rally, my target audience would be majority LTC holders. But if your demographic is a smaller target, then okay, great. If that was a success for that person, then congratulations. May they enjoy their results, and hopefully they can get the outcome that they want. Because the win for the 2A is a win for all of us. So may you succeed in your angle of protecting and growing the Second Amendment.
Dude, that is well said.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay. Well,
So I think on one day the police who unarmed watch the hearings about the Capitol Police who testified about it. I know we're not talking about. I know we're not talking about January 6th here. People who literally attacked. Oh, there's a nice argument going on here. People like, I'm not going down that rabbit hole, but if you would attack your government and threaten to kill your vice president, I would not say you're a patriot. I'd say that's treason. But
that's treason.
yes, to try and kill your vice president of your country because you disagree
Somebody
with them.
tried to kill the vice president?
Yes. Were they chanting "Hang Mike Trump"? Or no, I said Mike Trump. Mike Pence. They weren't chanting that. There's not video footage of people chanting for his death.
Oh, is there?
Everybody gets fed different news. That's how they keep everybody fighting with each other.
What?
Seriously.
Because
I don't pay attention to this shit. I don't pay attention to this shit. When they came out with a whole group of shit, a year later, I saw some shit that I'd never seen before. Like there's a lot of shit that's being shown to one side.
Because hanging is like or was the
a polite way to spend time with someone. Hey, I just want to hang you.
No, hanging is or was the punishment for treason, right?
Okay.
So by certifying the election, Pence committed treason. I think that's what they were implying.
No.
So what's the problem with that?
You think that you're the only way that you can interpret is your interpretation? You're not allowing anyone else to interpret it a different way? You're not giving that freedom to other people to interpret it a way that you don't interpret it? You don't understand that people can interpret things in a different way than you, and you can't have an open mind that they're allowed to interpret things different than you? Your interpretation is it?
And
I'm talking about you just said. Isn't that what you just said?
No, I was saying that would be my perception of
due process.
Why they would say that.
Due process. Do you not believe in that?
Process.
If you thought Mike Pence was guilty of a crime, is he not afforded his day in court? Due process. But you're advocating
when nobody's doing anything about it. That's why people were so upset.
Dude, let's end it. It's 5 hours. You've been doing this for a long time, and this isn't the 2A rally no more.
This is why I say do not stray off the topic of the Second Amendment, because we're talking about the vice president without the due process. No, ma'am. So you
He's reading comments from the comments. That's all.
Oh yeah. I was reading. These people are wild.
The intent, yeah. Millions of people were upset because an election was stolen, and the vice president was.
Okay.
What's the word?
What didn't certify?
What did he do? Certifying the election.
Okay, so millions of people felt that way, so therefore he shouldn't be afforded due process.
Felt that way? No, people witnessed all types of things happening.
Okay.
The election was stolen. So he shouldn't have certified it. So yeah, treason.
Okay, cool.
I'm gonna duck out. This isn't my topic. I was here for the 2A.
Okay, no. Let's say everything you say is true. Should he not be afforded due process? Is that the argument you're making? If you're guilty of,
they have a noose around his neck, like
they were trying. Yes, ma'am. They chased
because they're chanting something.
They chased him and numerous politicians around the building, ma'am. Or do you not believe in Back the Blue and police officers claiming how they were not claiming how they were beat up and all the shit, or that's just made up too now, right?
Pierre, I gotta tap out. I'm not. This isn't my topic, but I appreciate. I really do appreciate you being there and the way you handled it, having the mic taken away and everything. Very cool.
Yeah, thank you for having. And actually, I think I'm gonna change my policy on the camera, but I want to hold some of these people accountable, man. So maybe I'll just do a case by case basis. But
right, thanks again for the opportunity and for the time you spend on all this. It was worth it.
All right, thank you, brother. All right, enjoy. Blessed. Closing thoughts, ma'am? I'll give the floor to you.
I don't know. Let me know when you're gonna have a bigger rally, I guess, because I don't think you can do it.
Yes. Well,
I
I've
don't
had
think
many.
that it's true that if there were no MAGA hats, people would have come. I think that
Okay.
people don't care to advocate for their rights in Massachusetts. It's a very sad thing, but I think that it's true. And I don't know. I'm sorry that you can't get over what somebody's wearing. I think that people were appreciating your speech until they heard you tell a lady to shut up. I don't know. That's what people are saying to me. I didn't hear your speech. I was like at my table talking to people, so I didn't hear most of the speeches. But that's what people said to me, was that everybody was loving your speech until you told the lady to shut up. So I don't know. I haven't even watched it yet, but thank you for being there. Thank you for doing the work that you do.
And likewise, thank you for supporting the 2A in the way that you can. And you will be hearing when I have a rally. The day I have a rally, it'll be the biggest rally of all rallies, more than the Million Man March.
Oh, okay.
I'll have the biggest rally ever.
Okay, bet. August 25th, 2024.
Famous quote by interesting individual. I was poking fun at Trump, but
It'll be huge.
it'll be the biggest ever.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for coming, ma'am. I appreciate it, and I hope you have a great day.
Okay, you too. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, guys. Whew, Lord. 5 hours later. 5 hours later, and y'all see what I had to deal with and what I'm dealing with. This is why the 2A community is fractured. Okay? People simply don't care and they don't want to cater to their customer. Who's the customer? The LTC, the gun owner. And if you don't care about the gun owner's opinion and you don't care about the 80% that don't show up, then they won't show up. That's it. So, as I always say, may enjoy the results. Let me see. Yo, y'all are wildin'. Let me run through these comments real quick. Let me see if there's anything crazy. Does anybody want to show up? The link is on the screen. If you want to pop up, you're more than welcome to hop in real quick. That was crazy. If you guys want to say anything. Let me see. More than $1 billion. Yo, homie was wildin', bro. Homie was like, yo, I had the biggest freaking march. That was crazy. Let me see. MAGA Roxbury. That's interesting. I haven't seen any MAGA Roxbury. That's an interesting statement. Not the point symbolic of what some people. Let me see. Let's see this. Let me pick a. Not the point. It was symbolic of what some people felt. Kathy Griffin held Trump's severed head, covered in blood, and no one said anything. Not the most about what some people felt. Kathy Griffin held Trump's severed head. There's a lot of stuff about that. Kathy got a lot of pushback for that, and she got some of her projects canceled and things like that. And the Secret Service came to her and stuff. She had a lot of blowback. I'm not sure what context you're making this in, or if you're responding to someone else. But when Kathy Griffin did that, yeah, her world was upside down for a little while. She was getting a lot of death threats and things like that and whatnot. And they canceled the show she was on or whatever. So she did get some pushback on that. If it was still, bro, you know not a damn thing is stolen, bro. You know not a damn thing is stolen. They just the same people yelling at, oh, you mad, you this and that. Bro, y'all still crying about some election that y'all lost 4 years ago, bro. And that's why I use logic, man. I can't deal with people that don't use logic. You can say whatever you want, doesn't mean anything about that. What TV sauce am I stuck in? Free? Free, why don't you come in and let me know what TV sauce I'm in? I'm not stuck in no TV sauce. You are a moron if you think that was an insurrection. What do you call people storming the Capitol, smashing the windows, beating up police officers, which were always backing the blue, but the blue that was protecting the Capitol wasn't, chasing politicians around, trying to get to them, Secret Service having to usher them out and do all this Secret Service stuff? What do you call that? You call that patriotic? What does the criminal justice say about that? Aren't all those people locked up? Yeah. Not a good strategy. This is that is propaganda. Once again, what was the desired outcome? Well, I know the desired outcome. They wanted Trump to stay president, but yeah. Nah, that was treason, buddy. Trying to kill politicians without due process. Shame on anybody who thinks that robbing citizens of due process is something that is honorable. Yeah, definitely, bro. They had bats, they had sticks, they had freaking, pepper spray and stuff like that. It's crazy, bro. Don't even get in an argument with these people. That's why I don't argue politics. If you argue politics, that shit is gonna go downhill. And that's why I say focus on the 2A. Focus on the 2A only, and don't worry about any of that. This is crazy. Yeah, they were unarmed with batons and stun guns and pepper sprays and beating up the police officers. Yeah. Let's see, what is this right here? You mean the hats that were worn during insurrection? Those hats? Yo, facts, bro. Facts, bro. All the way. This is why I'm setting up my podcast room. I got my podcast room getting set up. The towels are gonna be done. We're gonna have some interesting conversations. And I think the important thing about having conversations with people that disagree with you is that you get to go inside the mind of that person, and you just got to be aware of how they move and how they thinking. You got freaking 5 hours. You saw me 5 hours with that lady going in a circular conversation. And you have to understand that there's a lot of people like that. And that's why I say focus on where you agree and where you disagree. Leave people alone. But the thing is, they're mad when we don't want to participate. If you don't care about your client and your client decides to bring their business elsewhere, why would you be mad? These people are crazy. Do you do Stop the Bleed? No, I haven't done that program. I mean, I've done it in the military. I was a combat lifesaver in the military, but I don't teach the Stop the Bleed program as a class, but I know it and I've done it. I was an EMT for years, so yeah, I know all about that. Scared of hats of not losing the rights. Bro, we scared of those same people wearing those hats are the ones trying to take our rights away. And that's the thing that y'all already know this, though. We're having circular conversation. You're not changing the people hat or no either. They're comfortable there or not. The hat shouldn't change that. But it does, right? You say that it shouldn't, but it does. So now what? Now that people wearing MAGA and all this other stuff, now that it does, what are you going to do about it? We don't live in the world of should or shouldn't. We live in the world of it is and what you're going to do about it. I just sent it like a madman. Get on the website, man. All right, bro. Yeah, if y'all not, if anybody else is not gonna show up, where the hell is the link at? If no one else is gonna show up to talk, I see a lot of crazy comments here. I have self-esteem issues, bro. I'm living my best life. Why would I have self-esteem issues? I own a gun store. I'm doing what I love. It's a business. I love my office. Look, welcome to my office every day. I love my life. Why? I'm not mad, sir. A lot of people are working jobs that they don't enjoy, and here I am doing work that I love. So why would I be mad? Self-esteem issues about what? Let's see here. Yo, this free guy is wildin'. Yo, really? Really, TDF? I hope you're trolling, bruh. Yo, y'all crazy. Who? Let me see the whole live. Why don't you bring the live up and make it disappointing? I'm tired, y'all. Look, I've already been up over 24 hours. Y'all wildin'. I'm gonna look at some new comments and let me see. People let me see. I don't think that's a brag. People express me, I'm so effective, so I'm targeted by the police per order of the mayor. I think you should be able to engage in things without being targeted by the police. Bingo! Ding 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 ding. Yo, I'm tired, y'all. I've been working. I worked a double last night. I worked an overnight. Then I go to this rally, and now I gotta go relieve my officer. I've been telling my officer I'm coming, and I've been sharing them. I'm going back to work, and then I'm finally off tomorrow. Nobody is mad. Why you keep saying I'm mad? We staying in joy. What you talking about? Y'all got this rhetoric of people being mad. We're just telling you enjoy. We're not gonna participate. It sounds like you mad because we don't want to participate in y'all events. That's what it sounds like. Ain't nobody mad. But anywho, I'm signing off, y'all. Thank you for coming. Like, subscribe, comment. All right, all that. Okay. Let me see. Check out our website. Check out our YouTube. I started doing YouTube seriously this year. If you don't know, check out all our videos. I'm gonna be cooking. I got stuff cooking, bro. I spent mad money on this YouTube endeavor, and we're gonna be cooking all year. So if y'all mad now, talking about I can never get a 300-person rally, bet. I can never do better than y'all, bet. And that's why I say bet, because I've always outdone mediocre. So I'm signing off. Thank you for checking in, y'all. Solomon Firearms, Overwatch Security. I appreciate y'all. Like, comment, subscribe. Talk y'all shit. Catch y'all later. Peace. We out here.